Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hello. How are we all doing this fine day? Right. I think that's everything. Sorry, I'm just finalizing my window layouts because I am always prepared in advance. Right? Alright. That looks good. Sound my horn real quick. I'm about to run out of cheese. These mice are very strong. Okay. And, all right. So, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Everyone can hear me fine, hopefully. This should be an interesting one. We're going to try and get a lot done today. Uh, so, we'll see how it goes. I actually have kind of like a series of 6 things to try and create on stream today. We'll see if that's even possible. Um, but I figure we'll just kind of dive right in. It'll be very obvious what's happening. So um, we'll see how it goes. Also, try not to do any spoilers today. A good 2 weeks ago, there was an interesting one that came out. But yeah, that's all for that. This one is kind of, I don't know. It's not something we would always kind of like stream in advance. It's an interesting kind of like creation, but I think people will be interested in seeing what it becomes. Um, so I'll leave it at that and just show you, and maybe you'll understand then. So we are looking at a Chrome charm here, and we also have a Rift version of this. Hi, Charlie. Yes, I am streaming, therefore you must stand in front of my tablet like a good girl. Very good. Get that cat butt right up in the camera, as you do. Great. Okay, that's good enough for now. All right. Um, New Opal base went well. Had a lot of fun. I think it turned out pretty cool. It got like relatively close by the end of the stream, but there is certainly a lot of extra details that I kind of finished off with it. So you'll get to see that when it comes out in due time. Not any time immediately, but yeah. All right. Hi again, Charlie. Yes, here, just get on my lap. I need to use the monitor. Thank you. There we go. No? You're just gonna. Okay. This is the thing about cats. If you are a cat owner, you would know this. It is inherently in their behavior. The moment you're trying to do something um, that they can kind of just like be all up in that in the way, they will. If you're like, oh, I'm gonna like lay out a surface to do some work on it and like put out a cutting board or something to do some crafting, let's say, the cats will be like, well, that crafting board, I could just like get right up on that. Or like your keyboard though, like I see you're trying to like write a doc or something like that. I could just like lay on your keyboard for you. You know, that kind of good stuff. Aren't you? All right. Enough about that. So, what are we doing today? We are upgrading the series of Chrome charms. Um, so, I'm going to be trying to kind of build up and design and develop the super extreme and ultimate versions of the Chrome and Rift Chrome charms. So, yeah, we have obviously um, the first two in the series. This one being a very old one. I think probably a full decade ago at least. And then the more recent Rift version. But we are going to open up their possibilities and make them a little more viable and interesting. Um, so I think that the best way to start will be to just kind of like sketch out what each will look like. And although the Rift Chrome and the base Chrome look fairly different from each other, I think that for the Super Extreme and Ultimate, I'll probably use the same kind of like layout and shape for the most part, and then the Rift version will be kind of like the clouded purple with the the swirly cloud, good times, and the base version will be like a slightly different color shift without those clouds. But it should pare down on the kind of like requirements for creation. There's not really a good requirement for each one to be completely distinctly rendered in or like the shape of it to be completely distinct. In fact, I think it would be better if the shape was the same for each of the pairings, just because that way it would kind of like communicate the idea of what tier it is a little cleaner. Um, so I think what I'll start with is just jump into what would the super look like, and now we do have a sort of super like a more super looking Chrome charm, um, and this is kind of the base version of it. So we need to go up from here. So I will basically use this as the starting point for super, or like jumping off point rather. Um, and we'll have to reach up into the ultimate. So I think one way to tackle this would be to work from one extreme to another. So the lowest tier being this one, and the ultimate tier being the highest. If we can kind of define, all right, what does the ultimate look like, and then kind of figure out the middle grounds between those to kind of balance them out. Technically, one thing I am considering, and I don't know if this would be a bad idea, but I think it would land better, would be if I actually took this version and turned this version into the actual Super Rift and did something closer to this version as the basic Rift Chrome. That way, I think there would be a cleaner kind of design sense between them. Um, and since those don't exist, I think it'd be okay to just kind of like shuffle the artwork a little bit into those states. It's not like people who have the Rift Chrome version, like they have these ones, although it might look less cool when converted into the final forms. It'll be more kind of clear for the user, and it's not going to change what stats they have on them or anything like that. It just will look slightly different in live, I think. So I think that would be a good direction, honestly, is to just kind of use this one as the super, and do a kind of more simple Rift version. So I think that's probably a good way to do this, just because this one's pretty cool. It feels souped up. But I want to leave enough room that we can kind of like get a clear enough transition from this to the ultimate. And if there is 4 stages in total, this one is kind of already getting up there. And I think I just need a little more kind of range to play with. So yeah, I think I'll make the call and turn this one into the super. Yeah, it's even kind of got an S in it for super. I guess this one has kind of an S. But yeah. So in that case, I think that what I'll do is I'll actually, I might go into this file and actually just kind of rip it out to kind of get a super version of this without the rift. So let's see how this goes. I don't know if this file is set up how I need it to be. To do that, because I did not create this one. Open file of file object. Hello? Will you please? I might need to into just 1 minute. There you are. And open with. Not sure why that didn't open it. It is set up as a smart object. Yeah, here we have like the Chrome and or the tarnished and Chrome version. Yes. I suppose that is another thing. We have a tarnished version of it, don't we? Well, that might be all right. Okay, so I think I will make... Yeah, I'll make the basic Chrome charm closer to this, right? So that when you go from a tarnished Rift Chrome, it won't be a too much of a shift to transition. So that makes sense. But then yeah, the super will get this kind of ring and the globs floating off the top. I think that's perfect. Yes. All right, cool. So in that case, we can essentially just do a little bit of... Let's see if I can just finagle things. All right. So I might need to do some tweaking to make this work, but it's going to be relatively easy to do this. So what I'll do is I'll save this one out as Rift Chrome base, basic. And that will just put this one here. Hide that layer. Import, create file object. And I think I'll also tone down the clouds too. They'll need to be re-rendered anyways, just because this version doesn't have the same kind of riftiness as the others. So, for example, if you look at kind of the difference between those, the tarnished has this kind of like just greasy, kind of smoggy vibe, whereas this is more polished and magical feeling, which is perfect, right? For turning a tarnished into the polished version, right? Okay, so I think I'll also scale it down slightly too, to kind of more closely resemble the basic, right? So let's see if I can just copy this and paste it here so I have the position and scaling of it so that it feels more matched. Alright, so we'll go with the cleaner clouds. We're just going to have to fill in that S. And okay, actually I'll move or I'll drop the opacity of that so I can see what I'm doing a bit better. Okay, and just scale that up just a hair. Perfect. All right. So that is now scaled closer to the basic, right? those are the same size. I think that I'll actually match this S as well. So that again, it just kind of like is like, okay, yeah, that's the same charm, right? Just a rift version of it. So we'll do that. But yeah, I think as long as I have a good sense of the direction I'm going to be taking things, then I'll move on. And I think I have a pretty good sense of where I'll go with this. So this will just be a bit more rendering. I'm going to tweak the clouds. I'm going to re-render the S and the reflections. But for now, I feel pretty set with the direction I'm going to take the basic. So if we open up the Rift, we can now see, yep, that's scaled how I want it. And this super will be distinct enough. Obviously, like with the cloud change, that'll help too. Actually, maybe I'll just scale this real fast so that it's easier to kind of like get a good sense of that. Okay, again, I'll tweak the render on that. Let's get that saved though. Okay, so now, again, the symbol in the center will be different. I'll probably change the clouds quite a bit more. Might make it more like, something closer to this. So there's like a really obvious gap between the kind of like impression it leaves, right? The presence is a lot stronger with more clouds behind it. Tone that back even more. Or maybe I don't even want there to be like clouds poking out the top. Just kind of like, bloop, I got a little bit of cloudage around me. Hello. Again, reflections, stuff like that, I will be re-rendering to match. But there we go. So this is going to be a lot more obvious here, right? Got our basic, got our super. Now let's go to extreme. What do we want to do for extreme? All right, so first I'll just put up a layer to just kind of like fade it out so I can kind of see what it is, but be able to sketch over top and just kind of enhance it. All right. Yeah, so both the Rift and non-Rift versions are getting upgrades. All right, so I think, well, obviously, like Chrome charms are a lot of fun to, well, in general, all charms are very kind of like round. But something fun with Chrome is really playing off of the reflections. Um, Now, depending on what artist you ask, that's not always the agreed upon sentiment about it. But I enjoy painting mirrors stacked around each other because I am a crazy person like that. Um, but what I like to do is actually have globs of it kind of floating around. I think it's kind of a neat, magical kind of expression of the material properties. And obviously we have some of that with this ring kind of floating around. But what if this kind of like whole charm itself is almost starting to just kind of like segment apart and almost like Dyson sphere into this kind of like spherical shaped object that just has immense power emanating from the core of it or something like that. So we'll take this kind of like S shape and just kind of let it glob apart, I guess, if you will. I think that's probably the correct terminology for this. Yes, glob apart. And I think that I like layer it up too. There will be kind of multiple layers of this kind of glob happening, which would be fun with the rift mist because we could have it passing through between different layers, which would just make for even more interesting kind of textures and reflections. So something like this. But yeah, I think as long as it like maintains a spherical identity, it'll still read as a charm. Now, do we want any like sharp edges to this, or should it be kind of like dripping and kind of like have a surface tension to it that kind of like rounds any sharp edges? It would feel more liquid metal, I think, if it does not have any crisp hard edges. Um, so that's kind of why I'm thinking along those lines. Sorry, I am also a little bit kind of have like a really basic cold, nothing too much, but it is making me a little bit sniffly, so I apologize for the awful audio that might subject you to in advance. I might be a little sniffly at times, um, so apologies about that. Market for Chrome Charms is in shambles. Yeah, that would probably happen. Hello. Sorry. Now, I will not be talking about how you obtain any of these distinct tiers or anything like that. You're welcome to speculate with each other as much as you like, but yeah, it's not something that I'm going to give any confirmation or details on. That will be up to the future to inform you. Uh, just know that there will be possibility for these charms to be a thing in game. Yeah, so it's basically just kind of like becoming so magical and powerful. It's just losing its physical form in a way. It's surpassing its physical manifestation. I don't know, words or something. But yeah, basically, I want it to feel more wild and epic, right? Um, so I'm just gonna be like messing around with globs stacked on globs, right? I want it to say extreme when you look at it, right? Uh, and then we need to just kind of like, what is the ultimate version of this, right? Like the most version of this, right? Is going to be the name of the game. So that'll be fun to discover. And yeah, like each one I really want there to be this kind of clear distinction between them. So I think that right now this is still too close to the previous version. I'm going to need more like, oh, there's even more globs coming off and like really kind of like making that silhouette unique, um, and just kind of like obvious, right? I want at a glance you look over and you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely the higher tier. Each one just at a cursory glance should communicate what it is, what level it is. Um, I think part of it will also be maybe this internal glow will just get more and more intense. That's certainly a way that we can kind of amp up that like power level. Um, the more that's happening is often a way that we really tune it up. One thing I could play around with is there's like what is it like um, ferromagnetic liquids and stuff that can have like really cool looking properties that are almost magical looking, where there is kind of like these like this magnetic flux kind of like happening on it where there's these spines that kind of like come out. That might be something to play around with. It could look cool. Um, to do it right, there would be like just reflections on every single one of those spines. Um, and it would be a lot of work, and B, not necessarily actually read effectively because, you know, you'll be viewing it at a small size, right? It's going to be pretty tiny. So, you know, the all the like fun reflections that'd be happening would just be like a couple of pixels wide and just look like a blurry mush of gray or something. So I don't want to get too fine detail for all these kind of globs and reflections because they won't read as these reflective globs if they're too fine. So I think it'll be important to kind of like keep the scale of things appropriate to um, the display size, right? Like if you got to look at this at super high res, and that's how you interacted with it, sure, I would definitely want to do like the crazy reflected, all the spines are reflecting because I just sounds like a nightmare to paint, and I guess I'm down with that. But for the sake of like an a game asset, it would not be a good idea. It would look bad. It would not be as clear as it should be. It wouldn't communicate what it is as effectively, so it'd just not be a good way to handle that asset. So that will not be what's happening. But it would look cool. All right. So one of the nice things about having all these kind of like globs floating off and orbiting this object is I can have that without the clouds, and that'd look nice and neat. And then with the clouds, it'd look even cooler because I can have the clouds like mixing through the layers. So I think that's gonna be a lot of fun to render that way. Let's see. Also, I plan on doing kind of like a different color set for each of the series. The Rift series are obviously going to be more based on these clouds, the purple clouds, and the base series is going to be more of this kind of like gray, brown, blue, perhaps. I might upgrade this actually to just kind of have a better color set to start with. It's not bad. It's an old piece. It holds up okay. It is low res though. Like this, it was created at 333 pixels, whereas charms nowadays are created at 1000 pixels. So it is a lower res asset. So it would be a good excuse to update the asset to be more high res, which would be nice. So that is certainly something to consider as well. All right, so this maybe the layers go deep inside actually, and like that like internal blue glow is also layering throughout it. That could look really cool if there's just almost this like clockwork of chrome plates kind of like inside of this. That, yeah. Good old me, just finding the most weird and complex way of doing a thing. Can't help myself. All right. But again, it's one of those things that I don't know why, but I really like to do that on stream because I think, well, one thing is I know I like to experiment and learn things. And when I do that on stream, I am beholden to an audience, which can really kind of encourage me to just keep pushing through. Whereas if I'm experimenting with new practices and techniques and trying the harder thing, sometimes that can be like, okay, it's not working, and I'll like, you know, kind of fiddle around with it for a long time and try and make it work, but like maybe not as effectively as I should be. Whereas with an audience, it's like, okay, no, I am going to fiddle around with it, sure, but I also will kind of like maybe be more effective at kind of finding a better solution so I'm not just kind of wasting your time watching this happen. So I think that's part of the reason why I always kind of want to do something a little extra challenging on stream. It's a good opportunity to push that limit. All right. But yeah, I think I like the idea of there being almost these kind of like sheets of chrome becoming revealed. It'll give me more to play with for the ultimate charm as well, or the ultimate chrome and rift chrome. I like them starting kind of like offset and like shift a bit, so they're kind of like maybe rotating internally. So there's still that kind of hint of an S, but it's maybe less obvious as it gets crazier and crazier. And it's not necessarily meant to be an S. I think it was really more designed as this kind of like lightning bolt symbol originally. Just the power symbol, really. It's kind of the idea. But it was also created when we didn't really have the... I didn't know what the Chrome charm did other than it had, some stats. And charms in general didn't have as clean an identity as they do nowadays. But yeah, much like the power charm, it kind of holds that symbol. Alright, so yeah, we'll have like more layers of it here. I think that this should convey a little more extremeness of the object, with there being this many layers kind of flittering around each other. Yeah. Do another layer here. Cool. All right, I think that that's pretty nice. Maybe get a little bit of a overlap here. We'll create this kind of like movement in the rhythm of the shapes. And that a bit shorter. So I'll have that come out a bit more. Okay. Hopefully that will feel like an upgrade. I think that maybe shrink that down a little bit. Okay. Ultimate Chrome is just a portrait of Ronza. That would be an interesting choice. Hello. It's got like a little exclamation mark. Bang. All right. Cool. All right. Then I will maybe have another... Do I need more of this halo happening? I think I do. I think maybe I'll bring this kind of ring here, connect these. Yeah. Just tying it together a bit more with the super. And with this, I think this will certainly feel like, okay, this is definitely a step up from the super. And then we just need to ultimatify it, right? Easy. Easy. Sure. Just take this and double its awesomeness. Yeah, so this is all going to be chrome reflective globs. I like the shapes. There's a nice flow to it. Let's get a really rough kind of, grab that color. Just kind of blocking this in. Okay, and then knock that down a bit. We'll do this will not be the finished pass on this, certainly. It's just kind of really quickly blocking in. Knock this down even further, quite a bit further. I'll actually want to do these as many different layers, make rendering a heck of a lot easier. So, you know what? Let's just start with that. Do this layer here, because this is probably the bottommost layer here at this point, anyways. No, wait. That's all exposed. This is where the glob is. Right. Okay. Need it here as well. And here. I'll end up duplicating this before I kind of take it to the cloud render. Okay, and then we'll do a layer on top of that one. We'll just shift the color a bit. Gonna need a few layers for all this. What I'll end up doing is putting a clipping mask layer over top. Which will let me kind of do the actual render while not needing to worry about the shape of the globs. I can use these layers to change the shape of the globs, but then a clipped masked layer above these to kind of actually do the render of the surface. Make it easier for rendering and editing that way. And I'll be able to do things like add in the kind of cloud reflections pretty easily. All right, do a layer above this one, and get this layer now. I probably don't need to worry too much about the rendering phase at this point. Like I need to design the ultimate version before I really commit to anything. But I suppose I'm already doing this, so just want to see where it goes. Suppose I should probably make these layers a little more distinct from each other. Again, the actual color is not going to remain. It's just so I can see the layers separate from each other. This arc here is going to be interesting because it starts out in front of stuff, but it'll kind of flow into going behind things it might be in front of. So I might just kind of have it taper off here and just render it so that it's kind of a continuation. This I need to do a layer behind these. Cool, cool, cool. Same with this one. Awesome. Get a little peek of cyan glow from that little corner, I think. I'm gonna have a lot more of it like kind of glowing between them and kind of like seeping out through all the different layers happening. Should look pretty sweet. Let's get another here at that layer. Can use this one here and here. We're getting close to having enough layers for all these now. A few more. This layer here goes behind. This one could be behind. Yeah, rainbow charms generally have the wings theme. Guess that'd be a good idea if there were a rainbow and chrome combination. Yeah, so I think the wings really they kind of came from the luck charm series, but yeah, they are definitely a distinct feature of the rainbow charms. For the chrome, I think it could be a direction we kind of give it a little bit, but I think that's a great point to kind of like not necessarily dive deep into kind of that iconography in case there was some kind of future combination. You know, knowing how the game evolves, where we don't actually know how the game evolves, but it's good to leave potential open. I think that's a good idea. Is to like if we ever did that combo, that would be a great way to display that. So yeah, I think not going the wing aesthetics is totally perfectly fine for this. I think we'll keep it more this kind of like lightning bolt in chrome with a mix of cloud or no cloud to kind of like create this series and have it be distinct and like easy to understand it. I think that's how we'll do it. Maybe not a portrait of Ronza, but maybe cool to be able to make out her reflection in it. That would be very interesting if... Okay, so these globs are going to be, totally reflective. But the thing about curves in glass or in mirrors, they distort things like crazy. They distort the entire environment around it. So if you've ever been in a fun house with those crazy wobbly mirrors and just like how much distortion happens when it's just kind of like not super extreme curves, right? They're actually like pretty mild, the actual bends in those. Technically the entire like scene would be reflected in any one of these globs. So you'd have an entire person standing in the reflection. It's just they're going to be so distorted and smushed and smeared that you won't be able to tell who it is. At least at the scale we're going to be seeing it in game, right? Like that's just not going to happen. I might, because I think it's a funny idea, use that concept for how I build the reflections. So noted. But yeah, we're not going to be able to see anyone's portrait specifically in a legible fashion, at least. I can imply it, that's fine. I think that's a great idea. It's very fun. But yeah, it will not be very clear. Even if it was like really high res, like really, really high res, um, it would still be heavily distorted. But I love the idea. I think it's funny. How would a hot chrome look? Steamy effect. Um, I would probably give it some incandescence. Um, because I mean, I I've never superheated chrome myself, but I would imagine it does start to glow. Um, I mean, I actually don't know what the various states of chrome specifically look like. I know that when it's solid and polished, it becomes a mirror, but if it's super hot, like a molten state, it's probably not reflective. It's probably just like a glowing ball of metal. Um, and while it's getting up to those temperatures, it probably has like a patina happening. Although maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is like just a liquid, globby pool of metal, like what I illustrated as, right? Um, yeah, I guess part of it would depend on like how it oxidizes at heat and stuff. Like maybe if it's in a neutral environment and super heated, it wouldn't kind of build up scale or anything like that. But I have no idea. No idea. Never really seen examples of it. Maybe I should look it up. Liquid metal. I mean, that's what I want it to be. And it maybe it totally is exactly that, where it just like when it's super hot, it's just this gloopy version of it and looks exactly the same, but it's more like this. So this here is hot metal. Hot chrome is what you get. It'll look well, not like this. This doesn't look like much other than just kind of blue globs. But yeah, more like this, right? Um, but yeah, if I really wanted it to feel hot, I would probably do some kind of glow, like incandescent glow, and yeah, like steam uh, happening. Something like that would be fun. All right, so let's see. If I turn this off and I go into, I thought I made a. Okay, actually, um, another thing I can do is go into this file and let's do a save as and make a Chrome Super version. And this will have the orbit and let's see. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess I shouldn't have used the Chrome version. I should have used this version. Um, do that. Okay, and I'll just have to tweak the reflections and stuff. But this would be our kind of super version, right? So let's import that file from object super blop. The angle changes. I might actually tweak it a bit to kind of like have the angle. Well, no, it should be fine. And if I wanted to, all I'd need to do is adjust the reflection, or sorry, the shadow kind of reflection happening here, because that's really what sets the viewing angle, is that, right? The S, the lightning bolt thing, kind of like tilted as such, really kind of does make us feel like we're looking up at it, which is pretty cool. But yeah, just a couple of notes on why the angle feels so distinct and different. Right, so I'll clean that up. But we have our basic, our super, our extreme is going to be kind of built out of this, and then ultimate is kind of like the final one we need to kind of solve. And then it's just going to be a lot of kind of rendering Chrome and clouds, which is good. So I think we'll do our usual. Oh shoot, I wasn't recording time lapse, was I? Nope, record time lapse. I'm going to start it now, just because might as well today. Yeah, we're gonna go for like a mostly full day of rendering. I think it's gonna be a good one. Which means that I will be taking my lunch at 1 o'clock. It's now just about 12, so we'll go for another hour. What I think I'll try and do is also sketch out the ultimate version and maybe block in the flats for each of these. And then when we come back from lunch, it's going to be a lot of rendering. It's going to be rendering mirrored finished stuff and reflecting environments, reflecting Ronza apparently in the Chrome. So if you're into kind of like seeing how I render liquid metal, it should be really good kind of day of that. We'll see how long we go. It should be pretty good. I'll probably go relatively long and hopefully be able to finish it today. Maybe the goal, we'll see. It certainly is asking a lot. Like reflections are complicated. They do take a lot to kind of like solve. So, you know, saying I'll be able to get all these done today is definitely you know, stating a lot, and I'm very good at over promising things, so yeah, it's probably not going to happen, but hey, who knows. It could go very smoothly. I certainly enjoy it, and I kind of get into a flow state with it, so maybe that'll happen today. Cool. So we also have the Rift Super. So this currently is the regular Rift Chrome charm. I'm going to be shifting this one up into the Super version just because I think that it'll have a cleaner kind of like flow between them. So this will be, you know, your basic Chrome charm Rift version. It'll look more like that. I'll just tweak them to kind of match each other more closely. And then we're going to have the super versions. And then we're going to have the extreme versions. They'll be the same, except obviously, again, it's like I'll tweak the colors and add the clouds. And then we're going to do an ultimate version. So let's just finish blocking in these flats, and then we're going to do a sketch for the ultimate. And we'll see what that is. I have no idea what it's going to look like. Is it just going to be just like shrapnel of chrome? Maybe. I think I want to play up the kind of cool glowing core more. I feel like that's a good angle to come at it from, where it's like whatever the chrome was kind of like containing is kind of like bursting out or something like that. But we shall see. What do we think of this kind of like extreme version so far? Does it feel like the correct direction for it? Any input on that? How would it yeah, how would Chrome look in a gaseous form? I actually think it would be a pretty oof, pardon me. That was a little not nice. Sorry about that. I think it would be. Let me drink some water. I need to set up like a mute key so I can belch and cough in peace and not subject you to the horrors of my bodily functions. Um, anyways, yeah, I think a gaseous chrome would actually probably be a very like misty looking kind of maybe silvery, um, but it wouldn't look too different from an actual just kind of basic cloud, depending on the density of it, right? Because honestly, what kind of happens with water vapor is it kind of almost acts like chrome. It's just like an inverted version of it. You get like the light going through and bouncing off as an internal reflection. There's a lot more light lost in it, but you still get like white clouds because of the way that the light is kind of just like dispersing and scattering. If it's a vapor of chrome, it'd be relatively similar. Only it's like albedo, its reflectiveness is going to be even greater potentially. So I think it would just be an even brighter mist than regular mist. Like it would be like a really kind of like yeah, just very bright cloud, I guess. Yeah. Again, it depends on kind of like the density of it, but it'd be relatively similar to water vapor, I would imagine. But yeah, it's just like one way to think of it would be like actually, looking at kind of like the chrome charm itself. Um, just a ball of chrome, and then just imagining shrinking that to be like crazy small. It's still reflecting kind of like, in a similar fashion ish. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the refractive properties are different at when it's in that material form. I have no idea. Uh, but yeah, that's one way I think about it. It wouldn't be like a big reflective kind of, like you wouldn't have any kind of mirror effect happening with the cloud. It would be really kind of like just more matte looking, right? Like one thing to understand about material properties and surfaces is something like chrome that's highly polished is only like a mirror reflection because its surface is so flat that the light hitting it is going off at very specific angles. Whereas if you were to take chrome material and you wanted to make it matte, you would have to have the surface be very scuffed up. You would have it be very kind of like textured. And if you zoomed in to like a matte version of chrome, where it's like, you look at it from a distance and it's just this weird gray that kind of like has the environment colors in it, but like you don't see any distinct reflections. If you were to zoom in really close and just kind of like look at one of those ridges and bumps, it would look more like the reflective version of the chrome. Um, so it's just like a ton of little mirror balls kind of stacked beside each other. When you zoom out, those all just kind of like just interact, or like they cancel each other out in a sense. Whereas if it's just one smooth giant ball, then you get all the reflection that way. That's how I think of it. I don't know if it's super accurate, but that's how I understand it anyways. Boom. All right. So yeah, it would lose its reflectivity as it kind of loses its surface kind of polish and like just perfect flatness, right? Like you can have uh, steel and like silverware, whatever, like have that mirror effect. But if you kind of like machine it or you like um, scratch the surface, you can just kind of like change that very dramatically. Um, like a machined surface sometimes has kind of like all the machining lines in it. which kind of like create this kind of raked light effect, where it's actually like strips of reflection in a sense. So you get like all the reflections kind of like squishing down to almost nothing in one dimension, but then like totally normal reflection in the other, which is interesting. I'll kind of demonstrate that as I'm making these long kind of like bands of chrome. They'll be a very similar principle where like the reflections along the kind of like long surface will actually be more like a flat mirror, whereas as it's curved around a very tight form, it'll be completely compressed. Uh, like this one here, this one here, this one, this leading edge at least. Stuff like that will definitely get this weird kind of like it's stretched in one direction, but more kind of like normal in another. And it's things like that that make it interesting for me to render because I enjoy thinking about these weird properties and what's actually happening. Because I'm weird like that, and also like I don't know why, but I like to figure out like okay if this is like positioned here in three-dimensional space, the reflection of this one is going to be approximately here, and actually render them reflecting each other and reflecting that, and yeah. So I don't think I'll get all the rendering done today. It's probably not happening, but it'd be cool if I do. But I also want to make sure I give it the care and quality that I want. So I don't want to rush it either. I do want to get a good amount of rendering done at least today. So get it so you can enjoy witnessing. Because like that, I suppose that's one of the things that you never really get much of. Um, we tend to be pretty locked down about Ronza related elements, and Chrome is one of those things that's pretty Ronza distinct. Um, Obviously, we've kind of like dabbled in trap skins that are on chromed traps, so those aren't necessarily directly related to her. But Chrome isn't one of those things that I've gotten to render directly on stream, so it should be interesting to share that. Also, after lunch, well, it'll be an hour-long lunch at 1 o'clock, and after that, I will be sharing a Larry link, which will definitely be one you want. Um, yeah, it's just going to be a day of just hanging out while I paint. So, one of those, not a lot that you can really kind of like direct as the community, but just along for the ride, hang out with me while I ramble at you, and see where it takes us. Okay, so just blocking in a few extra globs, and then I should be able to move on to the ultimate. I think that I'll want to get it sketched out before we go on lunch. And what I'll probably do is before I do any rendering, I'm going to kind of play with the cloud versions of these. And I think that'll take us up to lunch if I'm not already on lunch at that point. And then we're going to start to dive into rendering. But I think it would make more sense to figure out the clouds before I begin rendering. Won't be like completely necessary, but I think it's not a bad route to go. one more layer behind things. Let's see. Because I need this right arch to go behind everything. Okay, I'm also going to turn off the sketch layer and see if the actual shapes are clean enough. Alright, so there's like a couple of missing gaps. Make sure to fill those in. Make sure I'm on the correct layer when I do that. Do I add a little glob here? Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna just get that one behind everything else real quick. And honestly, I might need to develop even more layers for the sake of clouds happening, just because I might need more things kind of like going in front and behind other things. But I should be able to do most of it with clipping masks if I need to. I'm going to also put another glob over here. Let's turn off the sketch. I don't want to develop any like tangents with the shapes. So I want to make sure that things aren't kind of flowing with each other where they kind of like get confusing as to like where does this start and where does that end. And that's what like a tangent is. It's effectively just kind of like a kind of element that is confusing to look at compared to like the other pieces beside it, where like something is supposed to be in front of something else, but like they line up right at the edge, so like your brain is like, wait, what's in front of what? And that doesn't look good. Makes it hard to kind of like understand it at a glance. So making sure everything has like a clean, really obvious overlap helps with that. Also want to just kind of clean up these curves, smooth them out. Because if it's this like liquid metal, it's gonna be really smooth. Cool. All right. Maybe it needs more directly above to kind of match this kind of concept here or take it further. That might be something. Also, there's these like extra blades of light coming out, and maybe that's another thing that I want to kind of communicate. So what's interesting about the super here is it's introducing hard angles carved in, right? It's got these lightning, well, it's not even introducing it, is it? This is something that I believe would be on, yeah. So we have hard edges, hard angles on like round soft curves, extreme hard edges and angles on round soft curves. So I think there's a nice kind of shape language with that, and I want to make sure that I'm continuing that. So if I go in here, what we can see is we have these become the hard edges, where they kind of overlap and kind of create those. So I want to make sure there's enough of that happening that it still has that hard edge quality. But do we want to upgrade the number of like blades of light coming through? So here it goes from one kind of like thing of this glowing blue to like kind of two. Do we upgrade it? Like right now it's kind of downgraded. It's back to one almost. Maybe we need to kind of like bring that back. Let's see if that would work. I just don't want it to be too noisy where there's just like, so if I like did this, it kind of brings back one of them. But, you know, I think it might just start to get too noisy and hectic. I think as long as everything feels like it's kind of upgrading, it'll be fine. And the way that I'm upgrading it in this version is obviously there's more chrome kind of globs floating around and doing its thing, but the light will be upgraded because it's going to be starting to kind of scatter and bounce through it and kind of like, you know, escape it, I guess is one way to describe it. So yeah, I think I'll keep it like this. And I'm just going to have the light kind of like getting between the layers and kind of like spilling out more and more. And then, yeah, the ultimate version is just going to be like exploding with light probably. This one, I'm going to make that open so that's more obvious to see. I'll take this and I can thin it more. At this point, I don't need to worry about the sketch anymore. It's more worrying about kind of the actual shapes and balancing that. Get a nice rhythm between them. Make sure that there's a good balance of like small, medium, large shapes. Again, if it's like this liquid metal, it's going to have this kind of surface tension that rounds it. Something like that, maybe. Does this get thinner here? Yeah, maybe. And then this one might need to go up here. Okay. Yeah, there will be a Rift Ultimate version of the Chrome Charm. Okay, I think that I do want to kind of like capture this kind of glob at the top. What layer am I on? This one. Grab that color. Yep. Glob glob. Doesn't need to be the exact same positioning. But maybe it'll be useful for communicating the transition between them. Maybe. And then maybe it's got its own ring kind of happening, its own little halo of thin chrome. I guess one question would be like, how thin do I want some of these globs to get? You know, like that's almost going to be a telling feature of kind of like material in a sense. Have that kind of go in front. Maybe I'll get rid of this glob here. And then I need to go behind that layer. So actually, what I should do, cut this out here. Oh, wrong layer. Whoops, my bad. Okay, not that. This layer. Cut that out. Bop. That'll be on this layer. But this layer moves up one to this layer. Combine that. Combine that. Alright. So now what I can do is use this layer to complete that halo of chrome. Cool. Alright. This is probably about as far as I need to take this. I should move on to the ultimate. Otherwise, if I keep at this pace, I'm going to run out of time before I even get to rendering. Which would be quite the shame. Okay, and that. Race. Race. Cool. Ooh, it is warm in my apartment. At least I don't have any of the cats on my lap just cooking me. They tend to like to do that, especially when I'm streaming. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to give this a save. And that's, I think, good for the extreme. He says as he still sees things he's going to tweak. Pull that in just a little bit more. Maybe? Yeah. Kind of like working without the sketch and just going based off of the shapes. Something I should probably do a little bit more of, just to get like better silhouettes happening. Speaking of which, one thing I could take a quick look at to see what it does is if I create a clipping layer here, and I do that. That did not work. Why did that not work? Normal. Oh, because I have the white layer here. Got it. So this is the silhouette of the extreme. Might be useful to kind of introduce more gaps around these outer edges. But I think with the kind of S forming here, that actually works pretty good. It should be fine. Again, with like chrome reflections, it kind of tosses a lot of ideas and rules out the window just because of what's happening in it. It gets all crazy. Okay, let's see. Get some water in me, and let's start the ultimate sketch. Get rid of that. We're gonna do 2 new layers. First one is just gonna be a knockout layer. Second is going to be my sketch layer, and I'm going to save and sip some water. We are at nearly 12:30, so we have half an hour to make this ultimate. So basically the goal will be to sketch it and to develop the flats, and if I can do that by lunch, then I think we're on target. Yeah, imagine the chrome charm having a bright core with energy atoms waiting to explode. Exactly, 100% that. I think that for the extreme, it's going to start doing that, and the ultimate, it's going to be like blinding potential. It might be more light than chrome, in fact. That might be kind of a cool direction to take it. But yeah, what I want to do is take what exists here and upgrade it. Take it to kind of like its next level. So what I think might be kind of cool is actually having this kind of like halo thing happening, but like it's pushed even further. Started out as these floating globs above, started to develop these like halo ring around the floating glob, and then the floating glob itself turned into another halo. It's like smoke rings or something like that happening up here, because why not? Why not? Thin that out. So the chrome in this one is maybe going to be stretched thinner. It will potentially help it feel like it's scaled up a bit more. Do I want this to be... Yeah. All right, what I'll do, erase this one and define that a bit better, and then I'm just gonna like copy that and stack it. So that'll look better. It's not actually like meant to be a halo. There's no symbology I'm going for. It's just kind of like, thought it'd be kind of cool if it like ripples chrome out the top like this. So if I duplicate that, I think that we're going to be looking at this one being behind the others, or the other. Do that, sure. And then this. All right, so now what? We want there to be just so much light coming out of this, I think. It's like ripping it apart, almost. So like maybe the chrome needs to be thinner, like it's hammered flat and thin. I don't want it to be like actually tearing. But having more globs coming off of things could be a good way to represent that. Again, thinner sheets of it. Now, is all of it kind of radiating from the center? I guess that would be good. I just want to try something really just kind of like give me some angles to kind of build off of at any rate. All right, again, I think I do still want this kind of like lightning bolt. But it's winning. The light that it's trying to contain is escaping and bursting at the seams. Can't contain the power. Let's see. Maybe there's just like a whole lot more thinner sheets stacked everywhere. Could be a cool look to it if there's just like very intricate map of chrome with light spilling out between it or something. As we increase each chrome level from tarnish charm, each level layer of the charm could eventually reveal itself from the core energy atoms stored within it to be more powerful and brighter. Yeah, I mean, like that's. I think that's kind of what it's going to end up giving as a kind of how it'll kind of look is it's almost like peeling away to just reveal this like pure powerful core of energy or something like that. We'll see. It might not work. Like I'm not currently like the sketch that I'm doing is trying to convey that, and I'm not necessarily believing it's going to work as well as I hope it does. So we'll see. But that's kind of the goal is to just like rip it apart with light, essentially. Like all the globby chrome that was out there just previously in the extreme is now just shattered into even more thinner, smaller, spread out pieces of chrome, I guess. Just want to make sure it feels ultimate enough. Another thing that would probably be pretty important for this is to actually have like areas of rest while you're looking at it. I think it'll be important to kind of like, if we're going to have like a lot of tiny, intricate looking details, and then all those are like giving reflections, and it's kind of crazy amount of detail, it'll be important to just kind of like leave room for it to not be crazy. Also, we need to make sure that there is room for clouds and stuff like that to like really give those a presence. So, yeah, I think it's like just losing its form at this point. It's just in a good way. It's kind of just becoming otherworldly power. I don't want it to be too many too small pieces. We need more kind of like big. I think the bigger globs will be kind of scattered further out. I think that would look good. So we'll do like nice big one here. But again, I think it should still be a stack of them, just so that it's even more interesting. So it'd be like that plate there. Got like a nice, really small one here. Again, I think it's really important to kind of like create a nice kind of like hierarchy of large, medium, and small. And we also want to get like a bit of a rhythm of the like the shape language, kind of create these directions to lead the eye, draw it around. We can basically have the globs. I mean, they are kind of like vaporizing. We were talking about what would chrome vapor be and all that. Kind of doing that and just blasting it into smaller and smaller pieces. Um, but yeah, essentially, like what I can do is kind of create this S through just like the chrome flowing in those, like the negative space of the chrome. would kind of create that element. Gonna need a lot more layers for this one, I think. So I made the kind of like spiral sketch to just give myself some angles to draw off of. Should make sure to be using that. So things kind of like have a good radial form from the center. Yeah, if they're thin and stretched along the kind of outside of this, it'll look kind of like they're being like ripped around really fast. They're orbiting this core, which I think is a good kind of like powerful, you know, it'll look very powerful and spherical, even though there's no like necessarily distinct sphere remaining. And now I have a cat on my lap to help cook me. Thank you, Charlie. I have to turn on the AC today, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like the concept that it's got this like orbit at the exterior happening, and that's where a lot of it's starting to concentrate. It'll be a lot of fun to like put the rift clouds throughout this, where it's ripping in and through the clouds. Get some nice kind of like pieces of bigger chrome being behind everything on the back side of this. The rift clouds will help kind of communicate the depth of these ones nicely. And the glowing core, I think, will also be crucial in helping to communicate that these ones are like on the far side. I have no idea what the stats of these charms are, so I will not be able to answer anything about that. Or timelines or anything. How you get them, no idea. Couldn't tell you. Not happening. Cool. Again, I don't want to introduce like a whole bunch of tangents. All right, move your butt, Charlie. You nearly sat on the keyboard, as she's wont to do. Kind of like just like very fine chrome droplets all the way at the exterior of this. Just like it's just exploding and spraying chrome everywhere. It's just too much. Can't contain itself. It almost has like a kind of water look to it, like a wave just kind of swirling and bubbles frothing and all that, which is kind of cool. That's kind of a vibe that works for it. Okay, is that gonna be enough? I mean, I think what I'll do is I'll start to block it in, and then I'll know. We're at 1:45 lunch, so I think it's time we want to start filling in the flats anyways. So let's get to it. Sweet. All right, knock that down. I might as well merge that. Knock it all down. Okay, so we're not going to start with the light this time, just because I think that'll be its own complicated thing to build as a flat, but we will start with this layer here. We're just going to start stacking chrome globs. Ooh boy, so many fun globs. Any that are just kind of like standalone with nothing behind them, we can just do on this layer. I'll use my smoothing brush just to make them require a little less cleanup. Unfortunately, I wasn't recording my screen at the start of the stream, so we will miss out on a little bit of the time lapse for the lunch break, but I'll have that going. It's not going to be too amazing. It's going to just be a lot of this, probably, but it'll be worth showing anyways, I imagine. You know, there may not be too many layers, because a lot of these are actually spread out. They're not necessarily actually like overlapping each other too dramatically. Might be less layers in the other one. We'll see though. Maybe not. This one here. Okay. Don't want that too close to the other one. Start to develop a tangent with that. If I do, like a tangent would be if this butted right up against that edge. And then this one was like right close to that. And it's like your brain would be like, what one's supposed to be in front of the other? It's better to have them kind of like have a clear enough gap between them or overlap one very specifically over the other so that it's just like really obvious at a glance what you're looking at. I've mentioned it a few times in other streams. I think that one of the things that makes an image look good is how well it reads. Is it like at a glance easy to just instantly understand what you're looking at? Is there a certain clarity and just easiness to just see it? One of the things you can do is like have a really good structure for your values, you know, your lights and darks, where there's a nice distinct hierarchy. If you were to turn your image to grayscale, it like is really easy to read, like to look at, and just like understand what you're seeing. That's a big factor. Having your kind of like composition have areas of rest is part of something being easy to read. If it's all super chaotic, kind of looks super chaotic right now. I think we'll be able to tone it back, but if it's all super chaotic, then it's not easy to read because your brain is like just looking at every single piece, trying to understand. And like the thing about humans is we are like puzzle solving creatures. When we look at anything, our brain doesn't necessarily see it exactly what it is. It instantly starts to try and form connections and like contextualize things for you. So it does a lot of pattern recognition without you making it do that. It just, you know, like you like for example, and not everyone experiences this. It's, you know, just a generalized concept, but you can look at kind of like a cloud and like see an object in it. You know, like you can see like a face in the root of a tree or the burnt crust of a piece of toast. But basically, our brains are like always trying to do that kind of thing. They're always trying to like find patterns and recognize things to just simplify. There's the thing is, our brain's taken so much information, it's insane. So it needs to like filter it for us. So it tries to do all this for us. But that also means that if you have an image that is just so much chaos and noise that your brain is like not able to do that really fast and easily, it kind of becomes taxing to look at, right? It isn't as easy to read, and therefore aesthetically it's less pleasing because our brains aren't having a good time with it. So composition helps our brain resolve things faster. It kind of identifies like this is where you should be looking. The contrast is focusing your brain. You hear the like shapes and how they're staged against each other is focusing you to look over here. The rhythm of the shapes is telling you like follow this direction and look over here. It's assisting your brain with that heavy lifting. And naturally, because we make that easier for you, for your brain, our brains like that. It likes not having to, you know, consume too much energy to kind of figure something out. So we look at something that does that for us and we feel that it is more aesthetically pleasing because it is. It just, our brains connect with that better. And so we like it more. So it's just kind of like a way to think about why that is a thing, right? Why composition and contrast and noise and all that is like something we like or dislike, and why an image works versus another image. So like right now it's kind of chaotic, but there is at least some areas of like rest a little bit anyways. Not enough yet, but we'll get there. It's going to be something that we're solving with this piece. So we have 5 minutes to lunch, which is fine. It's okay if we don't like get all the linear blocked in, but let's just try and speed through this a bit more. Yeah, at any rate, these are things that are potentially worth thinking about with illustration, design, kind of thing. Ultimately, the goal, even though we may not realize it, is kind of just making an image really simple for your brain to comprehend. You know, legibility of text or like that kind of stuff. It's important. Let's see, what other layers do I want? Okay, do one here, do one here. This one's going in front, so we'll do another layer up here. Shift more into the blues. And start to overlap some things. Actually, I'm going to go brighter. I just want to make sure that things like are really distinct from each other, so it's easier to just kind of block it all and make sure that I understand what layer I'm working on. So this will stack on that, and the other one will stack on that. I'm glad that you find it intellectually stimulating. I never know, like, if people are actually interested in kind of like the weird ramblings I share. They're just kind of stray thoughts a lot of the time, but like it's relevant to what I'm doing and the processes that I'm thinking about. So people who are here to kind of like watch the process, I imagine that's something that you might be interested in. So happy to share those thoughts. But yeah, it's kind of a glimpse into like what I'm thinking about when I'm doing this work is, you know, just kind of trying to understand why at this point. You know, I was trained at Sheridan College. I did like some design classes where we did like typography and layout and graphic design and all that. And like, it was all right. But like, I don't know that I really understood a lot of the concepts that were being taught. I think that one of the things I did during my like time there was kind of relying on the teacher to just kind of like guide me without understanding why. You know, it's just kind of like I'll hand in the assignment. Am I on the? Okay, good. Thought I was perhaps on the wrong layer. I'd do the assignment and hand it in and get or like bring it in and then get critique and feedback, and then I just use that feedback directly and just make those changes, but not really understand why, you know. And they were the right choices, those decisions, obviously. You know, teacher knew what she was talking about, but like, wish I kind of like took a little more time to like analyze things, and maybe the teacher maybe wasn't as good at kind of like teaching on why these things are the way they are, like why composition matters and works and all that. But yeah, It's not like I think I'm doing a better job of explaining it anyway, so again, the rambles. So we are at 12 o'clock. I will be going on lunch momentarily. But you know what? There's not many of these left. I think I'll just knock them out. I just want to get this blocked in so that I can just kind of like go on to the next step when I come back from lunch. And I don't mind cutting into my lunch break just a little bit for that sake. This one, I want another layer here. Let's go into the teal, sure. So maybe I'll go darker. I like to just kind of chat about creativity, the creative process. Some people feel inspired when they hear about that stuff, you know, and I think that it's awesome to be able to kind of inspire people and share that energy. I know that, like, I find, actually, I'm going to go into grayscale and realize that the color I chose is not awesome. See how perfectly matched those values are? Can't even tell the difference. It's a bad color choice. There we go. It's a little better. Okay. Yeah, like, I like being able to perhaps encourage people to work on their own projects. It's cool when that happens. Get this one here. I've been gearing up for a market stall that I'll be running on Sunday. Part of a axe market at a big throwing competition. It's like the World Cup thing happening near me, and I have a booth to show off some of my creations. I make axe sheaths and carve artwork into axe heads and tune handles and all that good stuff. So I'll be kind of like sharing some of that and probably taking on new commissions there. So I'm excited about that. It's been a lot of stress though with that coming up. I haven't like had as much free time as I wanted to kind of like really prepare what I wanted for it either. Like I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll like make coasters and stickers and who knows what, and just kind of like get a bunch of like easy, quick merch slapped together to sell something at my table, but I wasn't able to do any of that. Just kind of a lot happening outside of preparing for that, so I hadn't really managed to. And there's like a lot of cool stuff happening at the makerspace that I haven't necessarily been able to be a part of because I've just been too busy. So it'll be nice to not have to worry about the like the booth coming up and be able to focus on other things. Of course, I'll probably have like a few new axe commissions to be working on at the time, but at least I won't have kind of like the same looming deadline for that, so I think that'll be a little better. But yeah, I have a lot of pieces that I haven't actually posted on my Instagram. Need to get better at doing that. Also need to get better at actually like taking the photos so that I have evidence of my creations. Something that I'll be like, oh yeah, I should like post a picture of that, or like do do something with that, and then I like look through my photos. I'm like, I don't have anything that's a good picture of that. Oops. So, something I definitely need to get better at. Okay, and I'm gonna put that there. Do this layer above that. Gotta be careful of the lining up of those objects. Kind of almost made a tangent there. Not quite, but it was getting risky. Okay. Think I'm gonna need to create more, but like behind the light source that's gonna be happening. All right, so this one. Make that the thickest at the kind of outer rim. Although, depending on the actual kind of like shape it's supposed to be, that wouldn't necessarily be what I want it to do. This layer. Do something similar. All right. Almost there. But it's going to be a time to render. Oh boy. Yeah. Get like a little one right there. It's going to look really cool, I think. I think it'll look pretty rad. Pretty ultimate. Okay. Right. Well, let's turn off the sketch. Turn off that. And I'm going to give it that like bright blue glow. But this will be just a placeholder for a lot of it. But yeah, so it's a start. It's not gonna, yeah, I mean, I think it's got a ways to go for this one, to be perfectly honest, but I think that it should look like it's maybe the next stage of that. I might need to shatter the bottom right one a little more, get more bigger shapes on the top left. Okay, I'm gonna play around with that, but I'm gonna give this a save. I'm gonna go into lunch mode And we'll return in 50 minutes. I'm going to take like a shorter lunch break. No worries there. I will export time lapse. Is playing all. First, I'm going to do that. Move that there. Dun dun. And this one I don't think is as interesting as this one right now. Let's turn on the sketch. Boom. Cool. Time lapse. Bring that back. All right, we're going on lunch, folks. I shall see you in 50 minutes. Put up a timer so you know once I return, and a Larry link will be yours when I am back. So, until then, I bid you adieu. Hello. It is I, a hidden tab in your browser, speaking to you. How are you? Treating yourself well? Good, good. We're back. We're back from lunch. Back at the Chrome. Let's get it painted. Okay. What did I have for lunch? I made a grilled cheese with bacon. On a nice cast iron skillet. How about you? What did you have for lunch? Um, ectoplasmatic goo asked, what are we drawing? We are working on Chrome charms. The whole gauntlet of them. Whole series. Getting the basic, super, extreme, and ultimate versions of both the overworld and rift variants, I suppose we could call them. We'll see how far we get today. We have kind of like the sketches solved and worked up a bit. I'm not 100% kind of like sold on this version, but I think for where we're at, what I will do is actually start rendering, and I think that might actually help me decide where I want to take it after that. So, another thing is I have a Larry link to share with you all. Let me copy that and paste that. There you are. Enjoy. Something we'll definitely make good use of. A little bit of condensed creativity for you all from Larry the Friendly Knight. Thank you, Larry. And yeah, so we're just going to probably start diving into rendering, but I think that what I want to do is actually start with the clouds because I think that part of how I render will be impacted by the design of the clouds. So let's go to the extreme, because the extreme is the next one I'm actually going to render right now. And what we do have is we have a placeholder for a regular rift charm. I'm just going to kind of tone it down, make it look a little bit more like this, the basic Chrome charm. And so I'm going to, tune it so that it's basically the same thing, but it's got your good old Rift Mist. And then we are going to look at introducing the Super Chrome Charm. And this is based off of the previous version of the Chrome Rift Charm, which I think just felt a little more on the super side than the regular side. So I've upgraded this one. I don't need to touch this one. It's beautifully rendered. I believe by Lauren. Thank you very much. Very nice. But yeah, so basically I'm going to take that and what's going on? Oh, right, I need to hide this. Take that and just kind of remove the cloud reflections from it and just kind of make it feel a little closer to this variant in terms of the colors, shadows, etc. I might tweak the colors on this one, just kind of push it so they're a little bit more distinct. Then, not that I'm doing it in this order, this is just kind of like the state that each of them are at currently. So this one's all set, good to go. So far, the only one that doesn't need any touch. I think that maybe the base version of the Chrome, maybe I don't need to touch that one, but we'll see. I might decide at the very end. And then we have, turn that on, there we go. We have the Extreme Rift Charm. So this is going to be the sketch for both the Rift and basic version. What I'll be doing next is adding clouds into it, and then just kind of turning off the clouds for the non-Rift version, and I'll just render them as such. The ultimate, same deal. But I think right now we're just going to dive into this. So we have our flats worked out for this one. I'm pretty happy with the flow and the kind of like silhouette of this. It's pretty interesting. It feels more dramatic than the super. It's kind of shattering into more parts, and there's more going on. It feels a little more epic. But it still carries over a lot of the same design. So hopefully it'll be clear that it's like an upgraded version of it. What I might do is actually drop a copy of this up in the corner just as a reference to kind of pull from as I'm working, so that I can kind of just compare it easily. I could also, and actually a good way to do this would be to open it itself and just open file object. See if it works this time. It doesn't seem to work. I don't know what's up with that. Normally, I've never had this happen where it doesn't actually open the file. So that's kind of weird. Yeah, well. Alright, I will open the file though. And it is right here. Cool. And I'm just gonna like slap it below. Zoom out. And I will actually open the other ones. And I'm just gonna get a roster of charms planted here. And this will just let me have them as reference while I work. I mean, I don't think I actually need both of those, but we'll have them for now. Okay. Means I can also color swatch things if I want to, but I can just kind of like move around and still kind of like glance at it. Move it a little more in the center for you all. Suppose as I kind of get some done. Hi, Charlie. Yeah, you're on my lap because I'm talking, aren't you? Thank you. I'm drinking a hot coffee on a warm day with the cat on my lap who just is like, if I could sit on top of a stove, I would totally do that. You're like cold-blooded or something. She would completely bask on like a magmatic rock or something. Crazy cats. All right, so something about the Rift Mist, it's very chonky. And yeah, go behind there. Don't step on the keyboard. Cool. There's like a nook behind my monitors. I have 3 monitors, by the way. There's like my main monitor, there's my like work Convo MouseHunt monitor, and there's my drawing tablet monitor. And there's this kind of like pathway that the cats weave through to kind of get in behind those, and there's just like this open area on my desk where there's just nothing back there but like a beam of sunlight that they'll just kind of curl up in. So they love to go back there, but it's always at like interesting times, and part of the route to go back there is my pen tablet might be sitting in its stand, which they will knock over every time if it is, and they also try to step over my keyboard, but like Pika's great at it. She knows how to not step on keyboards. Charlie is just like just will get all the best keys. There used to be on my keyboard, there's like a rack of keys on the left which are programmable, and I was playing like clicker games or whatever, and I'd build macros into those buttons, and it just like when you hit a button, it just does a sequence of things like combo things and whatever. Like you could just set it up to do that, and she would just like step on those sometimes, and it'd just be like just all these commands just sent to my computer while I'm like trying to draw, and it's like changing my like mouse or my cursor, and oh, that was cool. Um, yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Charlie is not very self-aware. Love her, but she's kind of not not the smartest cat. All right. Well, so I think that one of the things that could be kind of fun with this is if there is like almost like we still get this kind of mist billowing, but if there's more kind of like venting of it, maybe would that be kind of cool? Like I guess a lot of the mist kind of like just hangs out, is just kind of blorping around behind things and just kind of like in and around it. But like we could have it kind of like interacting a bit more, maybe. I definitely will have it interacting in the sense that it's going to be like in front of and behind, and like overlapping parts of it. So I don't need to worry about it lacking interactions, but I guess more so on the side of do we want it to be like more active looking and just kind of like I guess one of the things that might happen with it is there'd be kind of more like currents that would happen if it's kind of like billowing out. The leading edge of it would kind of like slow down against the air friction and kind of like start to create eddies and currents where it kind of starts to build these swirling patterns, which is very rift mist. It's like a thick cloud. It's kind of how I imagine it. It's almost this physical form where rift mist specifically, you could like stand on top of it. It's kind of like illogical in that way. It's a vapor, but like it's a solid. It comes from a different reality, so it's allowed to break the rules of the current one kind of idea. That's how I kind of think of it. I think it'd be kind of neat if it was like really hugging the front of it and just kind of like even blocking it off a bit more. And this one's kind of like jammed down into it, but like very obviously layered out in front a bit more. And just like kind of like layers of this mist built up and interacting with the chrome. I mean, I should really probably be doing this in multiple layers where it's actually illustrated behind this layer and in front of that layer instead of just kind of erasing away, doing it all in one layer. It'd certainly make rendering it easier if I do it that way. So let's see, it needs to be this one. Cool, okay, so I'm gonna cut this out and I'm going to move that layer in front of this blue. Yes, and I'll erase it away here. What's interesting is I don't tend to do it this way, but I might actually use this same layer that I'm doing the sketch in as the render. Just kind of paint over it until it becomes the rendered version. Okay, so we'll see though. But the purpose of this is that I can kind of like actually paint it and not have to just erase the very edges and worry about kind of like trying to line things up. And that way I can also move mist around without worrying about kind of, having to paint in areas that I erased or whatever. So what I need to do is think about what is happening in front of the blue, this middle blue, and then I'll have other layers to go in front of this one, which is in front of this teal, and layer behind those that's in front of that gray, and even one behind all of it to kind of be this stuff back here. So in fact, this stuff should go all the way to the back of the bus. Oh yeah. All right. Again, it just makes it so that I don't have to like worry as much about how things are carefully erased at the edges. Like that's more of a traditional art kind of approach where I need to really kind of watch my edges and be careful with the layering. Digital is very cool in that, you actually have all these layers and you can use those and kind of very, very powerful for structuring something like this. Wonders what the manufacturing process Ronza used for chrome codex to make these chrome charms. The mists look like it's using some potion concoction kit to produce it. That is definitely not from me, but it's a fun idea. I like how you're thinking. It's very interesting sounding. Very cool ideas. Again, I will state this here. I cannot tell you how you get these, what they do, like power, like stats or anything like that, when you'll get them, any of that good stuff. It's all a mystery, to be discovered later. No hints from this guy. Not today. I already gave you pretty big spoiler last stream that I did. I'll leave it at that. That's probably good enough for now. Honestly, that spoiler may have led to me being able to even do this on stream today, so that worked out for you, I suppose. Alright, I'm going to do a different color for this. Again, these flats are just really placeholders. I'll be rendering on top of these and really kind of finalizing the colors. Like, very pink right now, but that's just because I have a lot of blue and I don't want it to, like it'll shift into this purple eventually. But yeah, for now I just don't want to overdo it. Make them feel distinct enough so I can read what's happening easily. Yeah, honestly, like this kind of stuff is more in Dave's domain. If he wants to reveal it, that's cool. Entirely up to him. I'm not going to do that. Any of my reveals are only accidental spoilers. But even so, it's limited what you get out of it. Kind of something was arted. What does it mean? Kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to have that. Do this. I want there to be a little more kind of like a swirling flow. I suppose I could probably use hard-edged brush. I'm already kind of drawing it as if they're linear flats. I might as well just save a step and do it that way. Since I'm not actually sketching the line work or anything, I'm just kind of finding the shapes. That's one of the fun things about Rift Mist is it is very like materially physical looking. So I get to render it as though it is. I think that I'll leave that just to help kind of suggest the swirls. These I will actually kind of like fill in but render back in, but just to kind of quickly give myself these visuals as hints. Okay, well, maybe it's not as important to get that right now. Focus on the silhouette is what I'll be doing. So, okay, I think I'll do another layer here. This one goes behind the blue but in front of the gray. Trying to decide how I want to actually use this. Maybe I don't need to go too crazy with the number of layers of mist. Get some of it back here though, I think. Okay, that one, maybe just a hint of it up here, just so we can see. Nah, I don't think I even need that one there. That might be enough. Perhaps that is plenty. Again, like, I think part of the focus I want to start to shift into the kind of like light source interacting with all these layers. If I just get too much cloud happening up in here, maybe that's just going to take away from that completely. So I got to be careful I'm not going too far with it. There's a lot of elements to balance in this piece. Okay, so kind of compare them against each other, just be like, is this really too similar? A little bit hard to say at the moment. They do feel quite similar. Um, I don't want it to be a case where like when you glance at it, you're like, what one's what? I don't know. They kind of look a little too close together. So what is a good way to kind of push that? The light brighter, first of all. You know, there's more of it here, but if it goes brighter here, and I really pop out all these kind of chrome bits, kind of swirling and blurping out in front, that'll help. Um, I'll reveal that one here. And do I just get rid of that one? I think so. As long as there's like enough kind of like cloud interaction, which I think there's plenty. Yeah. Okay. Very bubblegum kind of cloud action back here right now. Mm-hmm. Jacob streams are more fun. Don't tell Dave. We never know when we'll get info. It's true. Uh, Honestly, that like I really did not mean to spoil what I did previously, and that was actually it was funny. After the stream, I went to like grab some groceries and stuff after work, and I actually ran into Norm on the sidewalk because we actually live quite close together, and yeah, we were just kind of like chuckling about that that accidental spoil. I felt pretty bad about it because I was like, oh no, like normally we try to be pretty secretive about all that and let the cat out of the bag there, but it was kind of funny though. No harm, no foul, I guess. Um, but let's see, what was I actually on about? But yeah, no, I guess that is one of the things is never know what kind of info you might glean from my streams. I actually like went into my recent files and opened a bunch of just kind of like random files so I'd flush out the stuff with like specific names in there because I realized that you guys can see that when I open recent files sometimes. So figure that's another avenue of secrets. Yeah, and I mean sometimes I do spoil stuff on purpose because it's fun. We'll treat. I like things that are like you were here, so you got to kind of be a part of that moment. I think that's neat to be able to provide that. Um, and I mean, in a way, when we render stuff together, it is kind of a spoiler, you know, like you get to see these assets well before they are actually plugged in and live in the game. You get to be a part of creating them, which is really cool. Wonder what Rift Mist tastes like. I don't know. Like I feel like it would kind of like have a like it might taste good, but I think it would have that like kind of like almost metallic kind of like tang, but not gross. Maybe it would just kind of like make your tongue recoil or something like that if you licked it. But maybe it's kind of like I don't know, like grape, really like chemical fake grape flavored kind of idea, and like pop rocks also definitely absolutely pop rocks kind of like it'll sizzle and crack and popple. Yeah, yeah. I think that's probably part of it, and it's like whipped as well. So like You can kind of like scoop it up and just, bleh, but it'll like you'll just bleh, do that every time. So yeah, there you go. That's how it goes. Important questions are always being answered on art stream. Only the most important questions. Hmm. I should open more files to give more hints of what's to come. Not today. Nope. No, no, no. All right. So, I think that those clouds are sufficient enough as placeholders. I suppose I should probably shift the colors to be closer at least. That would be useful. So tonal correction. Let's go a little more into the blues. Too far. Pink. Probably good. We get kind of yellow in the highlights. A little cooler and blue in the shadows. Desaturate it a little bit actually. Brighten it up. Sure. So start for that. Okay, and then this one, I'll make it relatively similar actually. Don't need to saturate it up. I do need to lighten it up though. It's fine. And this one. So what I'm trying to think about is like what is the best next step for rendering, because technically I don't want to render it twice, right? But we're going to have this mist also bouncing around in there affecting the colors. What I think I should do is start with the base version and then pull that up into the Rift version and then just draw in the clouds reflecting into that. And I think that'll be a pretty appropriate way to handle that. Should look correct if I do it that way. Cool. All right, so those will be placeholder clouds. What I will do now is just duplicate this over here and get rid of this extreme. Remove the rift from this one, so get rid of the clouds. I mean, I'm going to make new layers, so I don't even know I'm deleting those, but I am. It might even be best to like make these their own smart files, but I'll do it this way for now. I can separate those out later. All right, so what I will do is do some rendering. I'm imagining grape pop rocks, but it hurts more than it should. So when it pops, you're not sure if you should be eating this. Yeah. Accurate. Yeah. Like, is this actually going to damage me? Am I in danger eating this weird alternate reality fluff candy cloud sky earth? Who knows? Maybe different flavor and different rifts, but they all pop and hurt a bit. They're all zapping you. Oh, no, totally that. Absolutely. Yeah. No, they definitely have different flavors. Let's see. What would we have? I mean, the lab, I don't know if I want to try that one. That one's a bit, that might get a little funky in flavors. Jawbreaker, yeah. I'd be curious actually about what Valor Rift would taste like. I feel like that one would be like maybe like cotton candy almost. Get that like that like bright blue and pink kind of purple cotton candy action, but it's like sharp and like it's tasty fiberglass. Don't eat it. Um, Bristlewood's Rift. It might actually be more like a caramel kind of vibe, that kind of flavor to it maybe. Whiskerwood's Rift. What would that be? Chocolatey. Yeah, I could see that. It's good. Hmm. Not bad. Not bad. Feroma. I almost feel like Feroma would be potentially chocolatey too. Yeah, but they can't both be. So one would be what? I wonder. Hmm. But yeah, classic Narnia Rift, kind of grape explosion. Ooh, red bean flavor. Yeah, that'd be good. I like it. I want it. Okay, so sour candies for Feroma. That'd be good too. Hmm. All right. So, best way to tackle this perhaps would be to start from the outside going in. And a good way to kind of like really start working on a chrome piece is to actually make a sampler. Um, so basically, you make a sphere, boop, and then you determine what the reflection it is doing is to have look like be words. But yeah, basically you want to kind of like map out the reflection. Um, and just kind of like what it is the environment. It's a mirror that is reflecting the environment around it. So you need to just kind of like imagine what does the surrounding look like, right? So this horizon, if we're looking top down at it, we're going to get a reflection of the horizon that kind of wraps around it more like this. Depending on the angle, it'll actually wrap all the way around, right? It'd have to actually be all the way up on the horizon for it not to do that in a sense. But I don't think we're looking down at it that steep. We're kind of like a little more of a kind of like side angle on this one. Reflections are imperfect. Not all of it is perfectly reflected. A lot actually gets absorbed. So it's going to kind of like lose some of the saturation and color and like just be just shadow. Um, Including like where it's directly reflecting at us. You'll still get like a specular highlight of the light source, like the sun or whatever. It's going to be a very, very bright highlight. But as we approach the bottom, we're going to be reflecting the ground in front of it. Up to the point that it's like directly under it. Also, as things approach, kind of like the outer rim of the surface, the reflection, the angle of incidence becomes more and more extreme, and the reflections can be a little more effective. So we get more kind of, I guess, potent reflections, but also at the same time, because it's wrapping around that form, it's all the angles that are shifting are just kind of like taking in chunks of the environment and just kind of like squishing it down. So something that's like directly pointed at us, it's going to be reflecting directly, you know, dead on. But even just 45 degrees up on this sphere, it's actually not reflecting like a 45-degree angle behind us, like above and behind us. It's actually going to be like 90 degrees straight up, because if you think about it, if you have kind of like the side view of a sphere and you're looking at it here, boop, 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 it hits the surface, reflects directly back up at you, right? But if you're looking up at it, and this is like the 45 on the sphere, let's say, you're looking up at it, it's actually like a deflection of the light in that angle. If you're looking up at like the very edge, you're actually seeing like just behind it. It's like stuff up here is reflecting stuff behind the ball, not directly behind it, like where you can't see, but like above and far away, far past the ball, right? So that's kind of like a little trippy thing to think about with kind of these angles, is like where this sun is, it's almost like 90 degrees overhead and a little to the right kind of thing. And like things are kind of squished into these kind of like rings, and the further they are on the edge of the ball, the more squished, and the more squished, and the more squished they get. Like that, right? Because the angle is getting steeper and steeper as it turns away from you. So these are all things that you need to keep in mind while rendering mirror surfaces that are all mushy and in 3D. Good times. But yeah, we'll have the sky be lighter, maybe even kind of almost white. Now, that color is very much not the current chrome. We should probably lean it a little bit closer to what it used to be. Although, again, this is just making me want to go back and tweak that a little bit. I think it'd be nicer if there's like a little bit more richness in the colors. I like the kind of brown and blue sky with like, you know, like maybe there's like mountains or buildings or people surrounding this. Don't know. Doesn't really matter. As requested, one of these is, yeah, it's Ronza right there. Sure. Don't know how to show you that it is, but just take my word for it, I guess. Just a big old pile of gold at her side. That'd do it, right? Just mountains of gold. Okay, that's just going to get confusing for it, but like maybe if this is her airship or something. At any rate, I don't want it to get overly complicated from trying to add in something like that, but it's a fun idea. Not necessary. It super won't be visible. But basically, by mapping out a kind of like rough of this, while you're going around and kind of rendering different bits of Chrome, you can just kind of pop over to it and think about, okay, what angle? I should probably be doing this while I'm saying this out loud instead of just rendering on the Chrome. Give me a second. Okay, well, that's fine enough. Okay. So let's start with this topmost Chrome. I'll create a new clipping mask. We'll grab this kind of gray, and what we'll do is we'll look at kind of the different surface and think about the angle that we're working with. So this one, it's kind of flatter like this, we'll say, right? And if I think about it, there is kind of maybe this entire face of it is this angle right here for the most part. So we'll grab that color, swatch it. As it goes to the surface, it rolls up, and then it reaches this angle here, reaches a little higher. Suddenly it's that, and now it's up at the top. Maybe I should add a little bit more color around the band, the outer band here. Yeah, let's do that. Because what I want is there to be distinct edges, and if I just kind of get that right at the edge, it'll help when I roll them over. Okay. Anyways, no, the very, hello? I'm not trying to print. Excuse me, computer. Okay. I could also try to get some like clouds in here, which could look kind of cool. But again, I'm gonna have like rift mist to deal with and like all that other stuff, so I just don't need to add more than I need to deal with. Okay. So the bottom of, hello? Why? How am I hitting that hotkey so easily? Anyways, I've like never made that hotkey pop up before while working. Impressive. Yeah, basically I'm just gonna go around and be like, okay, I think this angle here is this spot on the sphere. And grab that and paint it. This angle here is that. This angle here is like up here and there. And where there's like these form transitions, you just need to like include all of it is the challenge. So you need to take that and you just need to mush it and stretch it and squash it into the shape. And you take that ball and you like spread it out here, you flatten the top and the sides and stretch it, and just kind of like eventually it kind of like will become whatever you're trying to render. But a lot of it is just, yeah, making sure that you include all the parts that's being reflected. So this is layer one. Layer one is pretending that no other elements exist in the scene. You're just reflecting the scene. Layer two is where you go over top of that and you start to reflect the other objects in the scene. And then layer three is you have to reflect on the reflections that are reflecting the reflections, which those, because reflections are imperfect, they lose light as they bounce back and forth. Also, the way they are, they're just going to be like a reflection of an object, even if it's a big one, it's probably going to be pretty small in it. And if that's showing a reflection off that thing being reflected, it's probably going to be too small to go any further with that. But also, the light is kind of like losing strength, but in kind of like certain wavelengths more than others. So like the colors that are being reflected from a reflection are going to be more saturated because like the bands are kind of narrowing and yeah, generally how I like to do it is things that are reflecting a similar material are going to like be more saturated but lose some of the value in the light. Okay, so we're just going to continue on this path. So now we're looking at a piece that kind of has this like ridge on the top here. So we need to think of it as like a flattened banana, if you will. So maybe it kind of like has a rounded, the ends are rounded like that, let's say. So if we look at it right here, it's kind of like totally vertical, like right up on top there. So let's just kind of mush that in there. On the right side here, however, we're like horizontal, right? So that's going to be all that. It's kind of curving towards us, maybe. No, it's not quite there yet. As it gets closer, it's maybe turning in towards us a little bit. But then right at the edges, it kind of like goes out to that gray, I guess, the more muddy kind of color. Here, we're on the other side of this. It's kind of like pointing around here. But because this is wider and flatter, it's kind of stretched out. So we'll go to the gray over at the sides, and here it's actually kind of starting to point more directly at us. But this top ledge, although it's not like a hard edge, it like transitions from horizontal to kind of, or vertical to horizontal very rapidly. So though it doesn't have a sharp edge, it has like a beveled edge. And all of the stuff between the top and the side are going to be compressed into that bevel. All of it's still there. All of it gets reflected. None of that reflection gets lost. It just gets smooshed down into that thin line, so all that detail just gets flattened out. Now, I mean, it might be better to like really take a good amount of time and just really get that like the reference sphere on point, because if everything's basing itself off of that, it's all kind of relative to how interesting and good that sphere, that initial sphere test is. I think there will be enough happening that we don't need anything too crazy with the sphere test for it to look really neat. Good, so I'm not too worried about making it look amazing. Already, I think it's just going to look more punchy and fun and cool with these kind of browns and stuff. And then when I introduce the rift mist, there's going to be more mist kind of covering the ground, so a lot of that brown is going to get replaced by that like vibrant purple with the kind of yellow snaps and stuff like that. So that should look nice. That highlight is just compressed down into a thin band. Yeah, so this is still the first pass, right? We don't have any other objects kind of like interacting with these reflections at this point. Also, none of these shapes are like incredibly complex. When you get like things waving back and forth, going in multiple directions, then you start to get these kind of mirrors that are like concave that kind of invert the image, and where those kind of like change direction, you get like some interesting things happening that are kind of crazy to figure out, but like totally doable. But at any rate, basically the easiest way to do it is really just kind of like build up where is the horizon being reflected in this. Start with the horizon line. And this one, it might be, probably not, but might get a little bit the horizon building up on that edge. No, not really. Yeah, for the first pass as well, like I think I need to be less kind of specific about the details. I think that since there's going to be multiple passes, those details will get built up over time, and I don't want to spend too much time re-rendering parts. So better to block it in more loosely, get everything kind of in a good state, and then do final passes on things to really kind of pull it together. So one thing that I need to do here is get like that part of the reflection in there. Basically, again, like because all of these are just showing different kind of like shapes of a surface that is kind of pointed in pretty much every direction, we still need to have everything reflected. It's just the way that the shapes are going to just reflect more or less in different spots. Like this sky, like the sun or whatever that is going to be like elongated and stretched along those. A chocolate chrome color for manicure? That'd be neat. Whoa. That's a neat look. Very cool. A lot of those fingernails look edible. Conflicting. That's very cool. yeah, I mean it's very much kind of like whoever created that has a good understanding of like what the surface is doing in chocolate. Like there's a certain kind of like powderiness to it, yet it's also like reflective, and maybe there's some subsurface scattering that like make I don't know, but that looks like chocolate. Pretty neat. Right. Again, so we're gonna just kind of speed this up because we're at 3 o'clock. We've been going an hour since lunch, and I want to get through more of this. So I'm just gonna block it in. Okay. I think even this one is gonna start to angle down and catch like this stuff and just like really stretch it along that ledge there. Okay, I think that's, yeah, that looks like all of them for this layer. So I'll just kind of quickly finish blocking that in. Kind of need to go into a state where I'm just rendering, so I might get a bit more quiet as I do this. It's also not the worst to just kind of like go through with a bit of a soft smudge and even break some of these kind of edges in some spots, just smoothing some parts out, keeping other parts crisp. I think that like in elongated, stretched, kind of thin areas like these, you don't really want to blend those across that surface, but like areas that are smeared out, um, like the ground here, stretched along here, I think blending that can look nice and work. Like such. And get our highlight. Boom, boom. Can kind of like blast it out a bit more. The highlight. It's like literally the sun being reflected in that area. So like it's okay that it's overloading and kind of blasting everything out. Got a very noisy vehicle outside. Probably can't hear it, but they are revving it up. I could hear neighbors yelling. All right, so round one complete. Now on to round two. So we'll go into the layer behind. Gonna grab that, block it in, grab our horizontal or horizon color, and do the same thing. So before we had all these layers kind of separated out using different kind of like flat colors, just so that I could tell them apart. But because this is all going to be the same material, I'm actually going to go around and give them a treatment where they end up looking the same as each other. So just go around, make sure I'm getting all of them. And again, I should really just speed it up. I don't need to be perfect at all with this layer, or with this stage, because this is just the first pass. There's going to be another pass, there's going to be a cloud pass, there's going to be all kinds of different passes to make this even more and more chrome. So I need to kind of rip through it good and quick. So this one's like a kind of stretched along that, but the edge is kind of folded over. So all the reflections along that edge are compressed down. But it'll be interesting because it's also going to be reflecting like that internal light. It's going to be reflecting a lot of the chrome because it's deeper inside the object. Should be interesting. Get that kind of outer gray edge on things. Might be not a bad idea to have made the sky a little bit more of a rich blue in this, but it's fine. Got our highlight. And get that kind of like ground closest to it, where most of the light that's bouncing up is going to reach it. Cool. All right, well, I think it definitely feels like an upgrade now. It's starting to feel more epic. Again, like because of how I'm doing this, I think I am definitely going to go back. I need to do an updated higher res version of the base chrome anyways. I need to re-render the super charm to remove kind of like the cloud reflections. So it won't be a big deal to go in and just kind of like tweak the colors to be just a little bit more of the brown with the blue sky. I think that'll look nice. Okay, so I think that's enough for that layer now. Yep, it's fine. This one real quick. I'm gonna get the horizontal horizon line. I mean, not horizontal. There. Now we're on to this one, and again, same deal. New clipping mask. Fill it with our kind of neutral gray. Go in with our horizon color. Follow along where that would start to reflect. It's going to flip here as that aims down towards the ground. our reflections are going to be like stretched and squashed along that edge. And we might have some flipping happening here. Cool. Let's see. Need that here. Here. Need to get that. Where else? And here. This one's kind of pointing downwards for the most part. Same with this one. Cool. Alright. Brown makes me feel like it's still a bit tarnished. That's a good point. It does kind of have that tarnished brown look to it, you're right. In that case, I think I will kind of like make it more of that gray silver. Like I like the interesting kind of pop and contrast of the brown earth versus blue sky, but you make a good point. I don't want it to feel tarnished, and that's a very good observation. I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, definitely. No, I feel it now. Now that I'm thinking about it, it does kind of like match that a little too close. So let's do that. We could do a little more like green into it, but no, I think that what I'll do is we'll go back to kind of more of this neutral gray, and kind of has this like bluish and this will mean that I don't have to like re-render all of it. I kind of like a little bit of that brown in it still though. Right? Like I don't think that feels tarnished if we do it that way. But that said, I might actually push the blue to be a little more saturated at the very outer edge. I think that'll just look more interesting if I do that. Just want to see that happen a bit more. Yeah. The white shade actually gives an early Xmas vibe with the snow color. Interesting. It's interesting how like some things can just kind of like give these qualities so easily. To be like a little bit kind of mindful of these things. Okay, I think. I mean, maybe we go a little bit green. Is green bad? No. how many colors do I usually stick with when creating something small like charms? I do try and limit it. Um, it's kind of like you usually want to go with like a a hierarchy of colors, kind of like your main color and then complementary to kind of like play off of it. That's a good rule of thumb. How much I tend to follow that, that's kind of a, well, I don't know. It kind of doesn't always play out that way, but it's best to try and limit it quite a lot, especially with really small items that, when you're looking at it at scale, it needs to read. So um, less is more. And of course, here I am kind of like putting in all these fancy reflections into this tiny little 80 by 80 image. It's very Jacob of me to do that. But yeah, okay. I think that doesn't feel tarnished to me, this kind of color. That kind of rusty brown does. So we'll go with this kind of like grassy blue with just a hint of brown at the edge. The horizon is more of a shadow than a color in a sense, and then we got more of this blueness to the sky. And I think that that looks a little more nice. And what's interesting is this kind of has an overworld feel to it. Like this would be found outside. You're wandering around, and this is kind of like the environment that it's reflecting. That's great. Um, when we get to the Rift one, it's going to dramatically shift it to be, not like grassy green, but there will be purple at all the edges. And so I think that'll work quite nicely. Okay, so let's just say that this is what we're going to go with here. Cool. There's probably like some fancy way to just map this onto the shapes and paint it with computer, but I don't want to do that. I don't think that's not why I'm here. I want to paint reflections manually, like a chump. Okay, so let's just go in and shift these around. What I might actually do is grab a color brush and see how well that takes the stage. Let's kind of saturate it down a bit. Go around and just see if, is this doing anything correctly? Doesn't seem like it is. Oh, because I'm on my main brush, not a color brush. Now color dodge, color brush. There we go. It's better. Okay, that's not bad. I'd say that this is close enough for the purposes I need. For a couple of them, I might go over and just tweak it. But this is, again, what I should be focusing on is the speed. Just because there's just so many passes that are going to need to be done that I just need to get it done. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so that, again, like I feel like we've stepped away from that tarnished quality, which is good. It's kind of neutral, which will allow the purple of the rift to kind of like pop, and the blue kind of like energy, the magical blue, that's gonna just kind of play off this and like enhance it in a nice way. So I think this is a good color set to work with. It's good. Fairly easy to do reflections in 3D these days, but it's difficult to get good painted looks. Yeah. I like to think that I can do it fast enough that it's a totally fine way to tackle it. So, no longer tarnished. Awesome. We'll get this like ground light a bit more. It's a little bit more of that saturated green than just kind of like a lighter gray, and I want to get that feeling into it. I think it has a nice effect on it to just get a little more of that color. Just a hint is all you need. Too much. Nice. Okay, and also I want to get a little more of that like actual blue up in that sky. Problem is, I'm like, am I on the correct layer for this part? I'll just paint and hope for the best. Cool. I think that's fine. Oh yeah, yeah. Being able to capture secondary reflections and shifted colors, yeah, it's not going to do that unless you actually like fully build the 3D model and do ray tracing and all that. In which case, it'll be a heck of a lot more accurate than I am. But accuracy isn't everything. I used to think that it was, but um, I think that it's also a matter of kind of like just knowing what ends up looking the most interesting. Um, that can be a pretty big deal. Okay, so that's kind of falling back. Again, we're still on our first pass, if you believe it. Need to pick up the pace. Got to get all the reflections in here, so don't lose that horizon. Where else are we at? Cool. Okay, now down to this layer. The whole horizon's being smushed down pretty thin here as it bends and transitions. We're aiming down. And then that goes horizontal and then starts to transition upward. Here. Okay, and that very quickly rolls over, then gradually there. Okay, secondary reflections are really gonna make this kind of go crazy. They're also very fun to kind of try and solve. Oop, a little too smushed. Whew, it's warm. Okay, and this highlight's just smeared along that angle. I mean, we're basically getting a band here, which is slowly kind of smeared across that, but then very quickly rolling off the sides. So we get this kind of like the blue edge here. We get this horizon like stretching up. We get this one just kind of dramatically kind of like shooting off down and into the green, very thin strip of it. Like that. Yeah, ray tracing in my head, exactly. Yeah, looking more metallic instead of snow-like, which it should, given its chrome liquid metal. Exactly. I would argue it would take me much longer to do it in 3D if I started from scratch, and it would be very difficult to match the style and color grading. Yeah, no, I agree, actually. Like, I mean, I'm no 3D artist. Maybe it would be, like, pretty quick to just like I imagine there's different tools which might be able to make organic blobby shapes easier, like I don't know, ZBrush or something like that. And there's probably like tricks to making it look like this. But yeah, like matching the style, it's a very good point. Like there is kind of like a shape language which would be it would take just as long if not longer. Um, and yeah, I mean, I think that's totally valid that like it would be kind of hit or miss for just like how much more efficient it might be. It's a very interesting point. Yeah, I'm not experienced enough with 3D tools to even know how hard it would be to make something like this. Like I feel like if maybe it's something that someone's made a bunch of things like it, then it's like, okay, I know how to do that quickly now. But yeah, maybe it would be not very fast. I think it's just that like yeah, the actual like okay, once the shape is made and you just apply that material surface and the light and environment the environment map or whatever is like set up, then it's just like computer does it. I guess that's kind of the idea is like the rendering and all the reflections are just kind of like solvable at that point. I want to get more of that highlight to really pop there. Just get that band of light at the horizon edge. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's see. What layer do we have next? Are we done? Not done. I need to get top of this. Get the middle of that. Get the horizon. And that green core, do that there. Get the highlight. Again, the highlight can just kind of like obliterate things. It's cool like that. Let it kind of smash around, have a good time. Okay. Oh, I need to get the one up here. Get like just a little bit more of that brown right in the very edges of things. But I can do that as like a layer pass later. It's just kind of like finessing details anyways. Like sometimes I don't do it enough. I want to do it more, but sometimes I'll go through and I'll actually like throw a color layer over top of the entire image and just kind of like actually randomly just splatter colors over it with like a very, very light opacity, and it kind of creates this interesting little harmony across the surface, which can be kind of neat. But you got to use it sparingly. Okay, I'm going to give this a save. I don't want to crash and lose all that. All right, we are at 3:32, so hour and a half into the rendering. We're nearly done this one, and by done I mean halfway. Okay, so we got that layer. We have one more chrome, two more chrome layers. No, one more, maybe two. I think there's one that's just like a tiny piece somewhere. Okay, so let's just figure out what ones we need. It's all these. Okay. This is going to be mostly skyward. This edge is skyward. That will be maybe half and half. This top edge here mostly. Edge of that, edge of that. This is kind of pointing at us a lot, so do that with it. This one, it's actually mostly pointing down. Same with this one. It's going to get kind of like an edge pointed at us. Only a little bit of that. And that. Well, I got yelly, screamy neighbors out today. Okay. This one's going to be the sky. Kind of got the wrong color in there. Or that gray. Thin strip of that. Very thin strip here. Yeah, and we're going to get our specular highlight stretch it there. Not really visible there. Maybe a glint of it along that edge. Ooh, that's supposed to be smeared. Okay. Swirly chrome, everybody. All right, and okay, so we need the inside here. Right. This one. Oh, I did it again. Printer hotkey. Hitting hotkeys too fast. All right. Save, and so now this one needs a little bit of a this color here and more blue. Highlight there. I feel like this is actually going to be more up here, but I mean, honestly, I'm going to be reflecting so much stuff into this that I need to just not worry about it and move on from it, because it's all going to get knocked out from reflections. So much of this will, if I'm being honest. Okay, so I think that is that for the chrome. Oop, there's one more. One more down here. Sneaky, sneaky little one here. Here, there we go. Two of them. Do that. Do that. One of those. A little bit of this. Cool. All right, now we can do our secondary. I'm gonna name that test sphere. Sphere test. Good old sphere test. Whew. All right. So I don't have the glow happening yet. That might be something that I should probably figure out now. Because if I'm going to be doing these bounce reflections, it's going to be a part of it, y'all. There's going to be light cascading through it. It's an internal light source blasting out from the center of this, and a lot of the reflections are things pointing inward toward the center, reflecting off, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to get that light next. One thing that might be nice is at the very top of this we could grab, would be a good way to do this. We could do a, like a glow dodge layer maybe. So if I use a new layer and we try a glow dodge with this color and use an occlusion brush. That's a lot. A little bright, a little much. Color dodge, add glow. Just an overlay is kind of nice, but yeah. just need to really pull that back. Or maybe this isn't the route. What would be a good way? Toss that out. I could do a selection where I remove these shapes. That didn't work. Grab that. Oh, wait, maybe... Okay. Grab that. Mask that. Combine it with that. Is that all of them? It's not all of them. What am I missing? This one. Okay, and then I'll do an inversion on that selection, and I'll mask this, right? No, it should be the other way around. Wait. Yeah. Not inverted. Mask that. Oop. Okay, yeah, I think that's actually what I want. So, let's see. If I use occlusion brush, good friend occlusion brush, that's not occlusion brush, and I go around and I feather the edges of this light. Okay. Let's get it peeking through behind things. Scattering around. It's probably not what it would do, but it's off on an adventure. That's fine. All right. Now, go here, do a layer on top, grab that color, bring it closer to white. Actually, let's go straight white. Let's just blast it. Or do I save that for the final form? All right. We got glowy light-ish. Sort of. It's okay. Color dodge. Glow dodge, too much. Overlay versus normal. We'll go normal. Normal is easier to control. It exports better. Okay, so at any rate, after all that, we have a little bit of the light interacting with the metal. And basically what I'm going to do is now I'm going to start doing the secondary reflections, but I'm going to take this kind of cyan blue and saturate it where it's like a reflection facing inward. Thank you, Fleming. Yeah, some of the brown is intentionally left there. I just want like a little bit of color variety. So it shouldn't be enough that it feels tarnished, but it feels a little more organic and natural. I think it works. Anyways, so another thing with the secondary pass is I'm going to focus on reflecting metal objects. And then I think I'll do another pass that's kind of the same deal, but then it's focused on the kind of like blue glowy light. And that should, for the most part, kind of finish it off. I don't need to kind of like go beyond that. It's kind of pushing it. Okay, so we'll start again from the top and go in. A lot of the time when you're rendering, you go from the back and work your way forward. I think just for the sake of rendering reflections, it might be easier to start from the outside going in, but it probably doesn't make a huge difference. Okay, so again, as I mentioned before, what's interesting about reflective surfaces that are kind of like round, like it is reflecting everything around it, everything, including stuff visible, but like further back in space. It's just that stuff is like right on the very edge of it. But we're also taking that and we're like saturating it down. The highlights that it's bouncing are going to be a more saturated but like muted version of that. But like ultimately this stuff is very thin. Like this is this piece here. There's like a physical gap between those. This is reflecting this behind it, and it's just going to saturate it more into this like green, I guess. It's got this kind of like surface bouncing up, and then we would probably get into this kind of like cyan green kind of reflection happening, but we won't worry about that right now. Now we're going to get this kind of like piece here. We're honestly just reflecting this whole orb here now. So let's just kind of get real quick and sloppy with it. Honestly, it's not going to be very accurate. I'm just trying to capture it roughly so that it looks somewhat accurate. We're going to do a clipping mask here. Same kind of idea. We're looking at the underside of this piece here. The underside maybe has some stuff reflecting up against it, but it's lost a lot of its potency and is more saturated. This is out below it, but like trying to think of like, is it directly below? Is it somewhat inset? Is it sticking out more? That will kind of change how this would reflect on it, right? We're reflecting the top side, which has this kind of like lighter blue. But what's interesting is it's not a matte surface. So although from our angle we would see the, okay, this part of it is this blue, etc., like that, it's reflecting it from its angle, which has a different thing that's being reflected into it. So, not that I need to go into any of that detail, but like technically it's seeing a different thing because we're looking at this object from behind now due to this reflecting of the surface. But yeah, literally, I am playing ping pong with, or billiards, I guess, is another way to kind of think about it. I'm playing billiards with my eyes and just imagining I'm like a dart or a ball just kind of plinking off of a surface and seeing where that gets scattered to and what would be reflected from that. It's kind of the way to think about it. Again, this isn't like super necessary at all. Especially, you know, again, we're looking at it, you know, like that size. Maybe that size. Can you even see this stuff? Debatable. Do I need to draw it? Do I want to draw it? Also debatable. Am I going to draw it? You betcha. So, this one's pretty close. Saturate that better. Same kind of idea here, but this one's kind of like stretched along that surface. Honestly, this one too. We're seeing the underside of it, and it's probably going to be closer to there. It might be lower down. It just kind of depends on where I actually want to place that in space. But it's going to be very thin along that surface, the way that it's reflecting. We're also getting kind of that green earth bouncing off of it, so we're getting the underside of that. Oh yeah, absolutely endless reflections, but the thing about reflections is they are very much not a perfect, there is loss, there is light loss, so it only takes a few bounces for the light to fall off incredibly fast. I always had this fun thing that I love to kind of like theorize with people. If you had something that was capable of absolute perfect reflections, there was no light absorbed in the surface, it always reflected 100% of the light that goes into it. In which, I mean, it's actually more that a photon hits the surface and that ejects a photon of the same power. If you had an object that could do that, and you made it a sphere that was like a mirror ball, but it was like mirrored on the inside, if you shot light into that, and it was just always perfectly reflecting, it could never absorb it, you would just have a ball that was full of light forever. It just, you know, just forever. It'd be kind of fun. Couldn't check it. You know, the moment you crack it open, all that light escapes, but just bouncing around in there for eternity. Kind of interesting. One day I want to own a mirror ball. Oh, totally. Yeah, the amount of energy that you could store in something like that, it would be potentially catastrophic. Yeah, just kind of a fun thought experiment. Shouldn't the Super Chrome Charm glow intensely be similar? Right now it looks like it has less glow. Yeah, I see what you mean. Because the you're talking about because this one has more of a glow and this one's kind of like flat. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I think I'll tweak that to kind of like match. Basically, this pass, what I'm doing today and probably Monday, is I'm going over and I'm just kind of like bringing them all into the same series and matching things better. So I think part of that will be, whoa, that's a cool piece of art. Very nice, Kelly. Very nice. Yes. Very nice, Kelly. Awesome. Sorry. You'll get to see that in the future one day. Very excited about that. It's looking awesome. Anyways. Yeah, so the idea is I'm going over the whole set and just kind of bringing them together. So that's a great point. I think I will adapt the glow in that to pump it up. Especially since I'll probably want to change the colors a little bit anyways to kind of like make them match each other a bit more. Kind of get more of that earthy floor on them all, and then yeah. So knock out a bit of the pure brightness of that chrome on the first one too. Like I want more of that kind of like blue gray sky. Just because it'll be easier to read. Like this one, it kind of like disappears pretty easily. Like it's got a nice reflection. It looks chrome-like because of it, all that, but it just doesn't read super great. So I mean, I might need to amp up the glow right at the core of this. Okay. All right. Well, let's just kind of quickly get through these reflections. Not that layer. Okay, this one is reflecting all the stuff just right under it. I mean, so many of these are just how it will be. This one is the extreme currently. The ultimate is not going to look as cool right now because it's just a bunch of flats. But this is the ultimate. It's going to be mostly light with like chrome just kind of like orbiting as globs. So, I mean, I guess the question is that like a good level of transition? I'm not sure that it is now that I'm looking at it. Like, we go from basic to super to extreme to not that to ultimate, where I feel like there's a lot more of a jump from extreme to ultimate versus super to extreme. I think maybe I want to even remove a few pieces of the extreme to just get more of that light happening, maybe. That might be something I address and assess closer to completion, where I kind of like line them all up back to back and I just kind of see if it has a nice clear balance between them. Okay, so this is going to be Nothing there. I should probably just have like one layer at the very top where I'm not jumping into all the layers trying to just do secondary reflections in each one. I should just be on the very topmost layer just doing that, I think. Save myself the mess of just kind of jumping around between all the layers, trying to like put it in the correct one. Right. Okay, so we're gonna get some saturated kind of like sky bits here. Here, this one's certainly going to be getting a blast of that light source. I mean, all these are really. Maybe I should just kind of knock those out. Okay. Yeah, I think it makes sense to just do this all in one layer. Make it a little easier to deal with it. One thing I might need to do is just give nearly like a total white highlight for it. Maybe not, I don't know. Okay, well, at any rate, there's so much chrome kind of like reflecting each other right against the light source that it's going to get ridiculous. Okay. And I also don't want to get in the way of doing the rift clouds either. So let's get a couple more of these secondary reflections built up. Go into more of this kind of blue. Would one burn their fingers if they touched the glowy part of the charm? Hmm. I don't know, because it's perhaps like a pure magic sort. It's like mana, right? Hmm. Some good things coming in the art chat. Yeah, I don't know. Would it? Don't know. I'd certainly believe it. It's just raw power. All right. Yeah, maybe it'd be super cold. Yeah, just taking all the energy around it and converting it into magic. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, yeah. Still probably a bad idea to touch it. Great point. Yeah. Exactly. Probably not going to be a good time. Hang on 1 second. All right, better. All right. I think I need to get a little bit going on with the underside of this. It's probably going to be reflecting a bunch of stuff. Same with these as well. I mean, everything's going to be reflecting everything, huh? some this kind of light seeping out here. Do do do. All right, well, I think that that's probably more than enough to kind of capture the spirit of a extreme chrome charm. Maybe I'll push the light even more. Let's see. If this was actually punched up all the way. And even. Let's see about, now do that. This will do this. Maybe like that. And then I might just go up here to do one of these. Not that brush. One of these. Yeah. And maybe I'll tone this back on the Rift version and let the clouds have more play and say in the look of this. Do we glow it? Color dodge. Saturation is kind of interesting looking, but not what I want. Add glow too much. Glow dodge is too much. I think normal is fine. Yeah. Pull that back. Basically, I'm just going for like a light blooming out. So it's just kind of like, doesn't care about the surfaces. It's just kind of bleeding out from where it's the most intense. Knock it all back a bit more. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely want to make the super glowing. Um, Hopefully this isn't too much light. Just like I'm worried that because I completely blew out the light source, it kind of maybe loses the fact that there is the light source at all. I mean, maybe we do an in-between of those. Yeah, maybe this is better. Where it's not the leaving burnt retina bright. I just don't want to, like, I want the ultimate one to be like a lot of light, really cool, and just kind of blasting you with just pure magic and energy and light. But I also need to make sure that if we're stepping up to that, we're not going to make it so that you can't even see it. It's so bright. Um, this is fine. Okay, I think I'm happy with this for now. I'll have to address the other ones to kind of match them, but this feels like an extreme Chrome charm. Great. Now, what I'll do is actually just duplicate this version. And let's grab these layers and see if we can just slot them in to where they belong. See if it'll play nicely. Be kind of nice if I don't have to redo all the cloud stuff. Not that there's much to go off of, but turn that off. Turn that off. Move that one to here. And then move this one to just below the topmost here. Okay, and I should only have to address a bit of the light. See, we got like stuff kind of scattering over. So maybe if I grab that and that, and I don't need to grab the bottommost one actually. I'll just do this and this and go into these and erase away from the mask. Same here. Pow from the mask. And then this as well. Invert mask. Cool. I think that introduce it in a few spots. Suppose I could have been a little more selective with the masking. Yeah, let's just grab that and that and go into these masks and mostly restore things. Yeah, all right. Cool. All right, now let's get the Rift Clouds playing ball. So we certainly have them kind of like mixed into the batch, but it's kind of like, let's take a look at this in grayscale. Are we reading any of this? It's kind of chaotic, and it feels still very matching the super. Like I don't know that there's enough distinction really. At a glance, I don't know that it'd be easy to tell the difference. So I might need to do something more drastic. Like if we go out of the Rift one and we look at the grayscale between the super and the extreme, these feel clear enough. Right? I think there's enough difference. I mean, the shadow and stuff needs to happen, but like, I think that from that to that to that seem clear enough. But the clouds might be a bit much. I mean, maybe a simple way to do it is just knock out the clouds on the left side of this super. Like if I did something kind of like that. The silhouette becomes a little more distinct. Gonna look at these both in grayscale, see what we make of that. Right? It's kind of a little bit muddled. Like, again, what I was talking about much earlier is there's this kind of like your brain wants to recognize patterns and solve things so that it's using less processes to understand the world around it. Like it's always taking in so much information. If you are paying like super close attention to absolutely everything, you'd be overwhelmed all the time. So your brain filters everything out all the time. So much stuff is just thrown away and just kind of like smushed down into very simple, quick concepts that are easy to process. So when I glance down and I look at this extreme rift charm, I don't think that I compute it readily enough. Like I look at it, and I'm painting this, and I don't know what I'm looking at very easily. Without the clouds, fine. So the silhouette is messing it up. But I think it's like these middle ground points, and I mean part of it is because it's unrendered. There isn't like the distinction of what these shapes mean, and they're all kind of midtones. There isn't like the highlights, shadows, and midtones that there's enough hierarchy built up between them. But I think I need to like potentially just knock out that middle ground layer more and take the background and darken it. Like I think part of what I want to do is build up this hierarchy of values, right? Like if I go dark, I help to pop it out a bit more. So I think that's good for it. I still want to actually maybe even like clear more space around it to let that glow just kind of, or maybe I just make that glow really take over that area a bit more. I think that's probably a better way to handle that. So if I fill that in, that's fine. Yeah, like this feels a little bit more clear, but like I think I need to knock out some of these middle bits and highlight a lot more. One of the nice things is I'm going to have more reflections to play off of. So like all of the rims of the chrome, I can give it this like vibrant bright purple and just kind of like make that pop out on top of it. So that'll be good. Yeah, chrome color scheme reminds me of the Terminator movie and its sequels. Yeah, the T1000 with the like liquid metal is very much an inspiration at times for me in this game. Um, I remember seeing that for the first time and it blew my mind, and so being able to kind of like render liquid metal has always been something I've enjoyed. Um, is this a cognitive issue or is this just being too many parts? These Rift X Chrome charms, they do have a lot going on. I mean, it's kind of both. Like, I think that you can have like just an insane, uncountable amount of parts that are visible, but like your brain does the work of lumping it into a thing that it understands, right? So part of that is just kind of clustering it in a way that your brain is comfortable with and fine with, and then it doesn't become an issue. If there is too many things that are trying to like conflict and express something at your brain, and it's just, your brain is like, I'm going all, what am I supposed to look at? Like it's trying to process it all, and there's just too much information coming in. That's when you get your like the challenge of it. You know, it could be a simple image. It could be a very like, um, there's not a lot actually on the page, but like it's not like it's not giving you useful information, and you can still have the same issue of just like, what am I looking at? Like a really bad scribble. It's like, what am I looking at? I'm trying to understand this. Um, versus like something with just like an insane amount of detail, but like there's a hierarchy of shape and like detail, and like there's so much detail that it just becomes simple noise, but like your brain processes it as like not important information, but hey, that looks aesthetically nice. Like really fancy gilding and etching and stuff. Like if you look up close, like I was, you know, having a ball in England, just kind of like going around to all the armories and like really getting up close and looking at armor and all the like engraving and the watches and stuff that are in the museums. Just incredible amounts of detail in them, and all those are reflecting all kinds of stuff. But like my, you know, like you're looking at it and you can still understand what the parts are. Um, and so part of it is just kind of like building a bit better of a hierarchy. And I think for now, it's kind of like let's deal with the values and control that a bit better. So if I take the these clouds and I darken them, and the ones back here as well. I'm kind of like separating those out a bit better. Well, maybe that almost is too much. I think what I need to do potentially is go onto the top of the Chrome charm here and create a luminosity layer or brightness layer and actually knock down or brighten up some of these mid values. Maybe actually I do a lighten. But if I kind of go around and I make sure that it kind of has this harmony a little bit more, and the clouds aren't kind of like getting mushed together in with this. Which is going to be a bit challenging because I'm planning on going around and putting a cloud reflection on everything. So easier said than done, I suppose. But creating more of a distinction between the clouds and the chrome feels nicer to look at, right? I can parse this a little easier. So we can kind of push this back and forth, maybe near the middle where it's kind of facing towards us, we knock this effect back so it kind of comes out of the center a bit more. Or maybe we lean into it more. Yeah, I feel like that feels more comfortable if I lean into it more, to be honest. Now, taking it out of grayscale is certainly going to kind of change things again. Need to account for color in this. But as a rule, it's more important to make sure that your values are good than your colors. So you can adjust colors pretty easily. It's just that there is too much gray and such in this for the what I got going on with the reflections. So like I'm just gonna go around and I'm gonna get this kind of purple reflecting into the chrome a bit more, right? Now, the clouds haven't been rendered, so that's kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit, and maybe we need to readjust after the clouds have some render to them. But it's not hard to kind of adjust the color a little bit once the values are in a better spot. Color you can fake pretty easily and it still looks okay. Value, nope. It's got to work. Otherwise you can't understand it. Okay, so I think that this is better than where it was a few minutes ago. I'm gonna give this a save. We are at 4:37. I could go for a little bit more. I don't want to like crash super hard, but I'm starting to get a little bit tired. But I still want to keep going. Um, do you remember when I was like, oh, maybe we'll get it all done? The hubris, silly man. All right. So, what I think would be good to do would be to address the clouds. I'm going to work off of these, the mist, as it were. Yeah, classic artist hubris. I mean, especially me. I have, like, I'm diagnosed ADHD, and therefore, like, it is known that my executive functioning is impaired. I can look at a project and totally believe that I could absolutely do this today. There's no question about it. There's no issue. I can get it all done. Time isn't a thing in the way that I think about things. Unfortunately, like that's just my brain does this. Um, so it can be really hard to kind of like task manage because I'm just like, yeah, no problem, I'll get it done. I have a pretty intense piece that I am currently working on that I didn't want to stream because it's very spoiler and I want to save it. Um, and I was like, I'm totally going to get it done this week. No worries at all. It's not done, and it's Friday. I can't say that I'm actually surprised, but like that part of me that has never learned after, 40 years of experiencing this is still kind of like, really? I thought I could do it though. It's just how it is. I learned long ago, and I need to do it better. But there's the old engineering practice of take the time you think it'll need and multiply it by 2, and then probably multiply that by 2. And that's what you like quote someone because things happen that are unplanned, and that extends the time it takes. There's always stuff that gets in the way. It's fine. It's part of the way it works. But then also you just kind of like don't realize sometimes, and I especially. So yeah. You want to be surprised, but you aren't. Basically. Yeah. I'm too much of an optimist to judge time accurately. 100% that. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes. I operate with that. All right. Well, what are you gonna do? Trying to figure out what layer are you? This one. So many layers happening. I might just kind of jump onto a layer above all of these, and that way I don't need to worry about interactions of these kind of like these kind of altering the cloudage. Yeah. Okay, so let's just go for it. Rift Mist. kind of goes into a bit of a kind of yellow orange quality, which I think is really a neat thing to do with a purple. No, you know what? I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna work on the correct layer, just because that way I can paint behind more easily. Yeah. It's more of that hubris of like, yeah, I'll just flatten it all into one layer and it'll be easier. Number of times I've done that thinking it's a great idea is too many. I very often end up regretting doing that. It's great for doing like scenes and some things. Like, yeah, there are many times when it has been a big benefit to do that. It just speeds up the process. But yeah, it can certainly be something that I've regretted. I want to get the shadows worked up so I know what to do with the highlights a bit better. Oh no, you have to hold yourself back from making every brush stroke a separate layer. That's too many. Too many. I know a lot, like actually um, some of the team members on MouseHunt definitely love their use of layers and plenty of it, and all the power to them. You know, everyone has their own kind of workflow, and it's not wrong. It's their workflow, right? I just have a habit of kind of like wanting to go against my current workflow that I'm good at and works well for me. And just, what if I just kind of try that differently and flip it on its head? It's a good thing to do and challenge yourself and experiment. At the same time, sometimes it's not a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad idea. You're left wondering, why did I think that was a good idea? But ultimately, end of the day, I think as long as you're getting where you need to go, it doesn't matter so much how you get there. Okay, I'm going to soften that. I just don't want to muddle the chrome stuff going on there. Rather do like a really soft edge. So it feels like there's a bunch of stuff happening, but like it kind of plays second fiddle to the chrome. And then we'll go on top of that and we'll do a layer for the kind of like giving it a little bit of that yellow orange dust quality to it. That's looking all right. Let's look at that in grayscale. Yeah, you know, I think if I kind of like play it correctly, I like the goal of it having this kind of gradient. But if I balance these correctly, I can kind of, I think, pull the contrast back into the chrome a bit more. That should be good. So if I hide the rift, you can see the difference between them. I've kind of just knocked down some of the contrast on the chrome parts itself. But it totally works. And then I'll go in and do that like secondary reflections into the chrome. That'll pull them together even more. I'm going to give this a save. I don't want to lose any information. What if I need it later? You won't need it later. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the idea of kind of having so many layers, is you can paint over top of stuff and you won't have any loss. It's an interesting point. There is the history kind of feature of drawing programs, although, you know, that there's just a lot that happens in that, and brush strokes will kind of fall out of the history eventually. Sometimes what I do is, if I'm doing something dramatic enough, I make a duplicate of that layer so that if I don't like the direction I take it in, I can discard it and go back to the old layer. There are a lot of people that like, they'll be working on a file and they'll save it as a different version of the file as they progress, which I really don't like doing it that way, because then you end up with like 6 variants of the same file and you need to know what one is the actual current one. And that's a bit of a headache to kind of like have, like, it might be fine for your process, but if other people have to go in and work on stuff, it's like, you gotta find like the Chrome series super final complete .psd. And if you're like searching it and you like kind of stumble upon the wrong one or whatever, yeah, easier to just kind of like be like, all right, I'm gonna try a different variant and just duplicate the entire folder and move ahead, and then you can kind of merge stuff down. There's an interesting technique that I see, and I think it's a good one, is you create new layers as you work, but then when you're happy with it, then you can kind of merge it down into where it belongs. It also lets you do a lot of like tweaking of like the layer type or the opacity, and just kind of push and pull stuff directly without impacting the layer it's supposed to impact. So it's kind of a cool way to do that. All right. Ooh. Yeah, I'm starting to get there. Not that layer. Where is the cloud? This one. Move that yonder. Very good. Yeah, I'll probably end up wrapping up in the next little while. Gotta run around and hit up some shops. Gotta get some sunscreen, because I'm going out to a barbecue, and then I'll be out with my Axe market thing, and I don't know if there's going to be like awnings or any covering for me, so I don't want to burn. Probably get some snacks too. That'd be a good idea to have stuff to bring and consume so I don't wither away. Need to get like a little kind of like display stand for QR code and all that. Yeah. Just get ready for the weekend. Interesting thing about kind of like magical clouds, or even just regular clouds in general, you can kind of like have a bit of an internal glow happening with them. Maybe if you can make it look good. Again, kind of like checking in on the grayscale to make sure that what I'm doing still works, right? All right. All right, and I want to get kind of like that action happening there. Let's overlay. Seems all right. Or do we need to go? Overlay might be the better of them. Just go in and kind of like manually paint in some check that grayscale. I'm starting to kind of maybe lose a bit of that hierarchy between them, so might need to knock down some of the highlights. Ooh, it's warm. All right, well, I think I have an understanding of the direction I'm going to be going in with these, but I am sweating buckets and feeling kind of tired from streaming all day long. Good 6 hours now. So I'm going to give this a save, and I think I'm going to wrap up since it's 3 to 5. Maybe make a tea, stretch a bit, get some balcony fresh air for a minute. And yeah, honestly, I'll probably work on this a little bit more, but yeah, I'm starting to kind of hit that stage where I can't get as much out of it as I need. And I should probably update some other files from this week. So let's jump over to our time lapse for the day and kind of sign off. Let's get the color back, give this a save. I think it's in a good state. I'm much happier with it where I had started it from when I kind of first put the clouds back in. I think there's a little more kind of hierarchy and balance between it. My brain is maybe a little bit better at kind of like looking at it, seeing what's going on. There's definitely easily things that I'm going to adjust. Even just flipping it, I'm like, oh, I have ideas now. But I think that's a next week kind of thing anyways. Not bad though. So let's take a quick gander through the various kind of states and see where we're at regarding this whole project. All right, so we can go down to the old Chrome series, and we'll look at the very first one. So one thing I want to do is just kind of like tweak the environmental reflection colors. I'm going to bring a little more blue into the sky, a little more green and gray into the grass. And I think that'll just kind of make it read better and match the series. This is the Super, and this one I'm going to remove the cloud reflections. Won't be too bad to do that. I might play up I'll play up the light source in it a bit more to kind of make it fit in between. And it's probably, like maybe tweaking the reflected colors to just make sure it's in the same series, but not a lot for this one. This is the one we've been working on. I got to drop the shadow below it. And that's about it for that one. And I don't have the ultimate yet rendered up. But now, going to the Rift series of these. I just need to kind of like match the lightning bolt with the one in here, maybe adjust some of the reflected colors a little. This one, pretty much good to go. I'll tweak the light source a bit, maybe again the reflected colors, but it's probably in a decent spot. This is when we were just trying to wrap up. Basically, I want to match the clouds to be a little more in line. It's a little too red or burgundy, I don't know. But yeah, we'll go a little more purple, lighten it up, just match it so that they look like they belong together. And then finally, figure out this whole mess. It'll be interesting to kind of have the non-Rift and Rift version of this, just kind of like figuring out how I can make those clouds play off of it and make them both read together. Should be an interesting challenge. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, there's still a little bit of work to be done. Can get rid of this now. Cool. All right, giving it a save. Let's take a look-see at the time lapse, and that'll be that. We are at 5:02. Preview of the Rift Ultimate Charm does not exist because I only sketched out the kind of the Ultimate Charm, the Chrome Ultimate Charms, kind of like Chrome features and the light. I didn't dabble in the cloud, and although that would be a good idea to do soon, I'm not doing that on stream today. I'm just kind of running on fumes at this point, I'd say. So let's wrap up. So I'm gonna bring this time lapse out so we can kind of gander at what we were doing today, and I will grab the Larry Loot link again, copy and paste it into the chat. There we are. Whew. Here we are working on the Ultimate Charm itself. Ultimate Chrome Charm. I think it'll be, you know, like what we are developing here, but have the clouds kind of mixing throughout it. With maybe the light just ripping it apart a bit more. I think that could look kind of cool if we do it right. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge, that one, but I think it'll work. But yeah, I like the idea of it almost being like torn apart from its own energy. I think that'll look cool. Oh, I'm ready for a nap. Oh boy. All right. Pardon my yawns. Hopefully not too contagious. Yeah, looking at it now, I'm like, yeah, that does look like the tarnished charm. Good catch. Thank you, whoever pointed that out. Yeah, I think the colors that landed on feel much more just chrome. It's not mixing or confusing with anything else. Yeah, exactly. Ripping itself apart seems to be a common theme for Ultimate Tiers. Exactly. You know, I think that that's the goal is it looks like it can't even contain its own power. So hence it being just like fragmented, orbiting, scattered chrome bits with just the powerful light source at its core. And then, yeah, I think I will try to make it so that the clouds themselves are just shredded and ripping apart. And I think that would convey what I want. The challenge will, of course, be kind of like, does a Rift version of this same thing work with the non-Rift version? Yeah. This is the most power you can put in it and even still call it a charm. Nice. Just getting the clouds kind of rendered up loosely. All right. Well, that is the time lapse that we captured today. I didn't start it at the beginning of the day, unfortunately, so I missed out on a bit of the start. But I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me, keeping me company, and giving some input and just kind of, you know, being along for the ride. I always appreciate it. There's much to do on these still. There's a lot of them to get through. I have no idea why I mean, I do know why, because I'm me, but like, I have no idea how I was like, yeah, I could probably do all of it. I mean, if I had been kind of just not getting caught up on details that should come later and just kind of like hitting the grind, I think it could be doable. Totally. Like absolutely. And this is of course how my brain is. It's totally fine. I can do it right now. Easy. Before I even end the stream in a few minutes, get all 6 plus done. But yeah. All right. Well, thank you so very much for hanging out with me. I always appreciate your company. Had a good stream. I got a lot done. Doesn't feel like it, but I think I did. Um, and yeah. All right. Well, next week should be Dave, and the week after that we'll probably be returning together to create some kind of fantastic artwork for the game we all love to play and live. And I shall catch you all later. Hope you all have an awesome weekend. I'm excited for what this has in store for me. I'm sure I'll have stories to tell. But yeah, all the best. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will catch you all later. Bye for now.